We are live again with Satisfactory. I know. What is this, like fourth stream in a row playing Satisfactory? You guys are getting spoiled. Let's see, how's the volume? Seems pretty good to me. All right. Tom G is here. Okie Sooner. The Thunder is in Sacramento kicking the King's ass. Well, it's not that hard, bro. Linda's here. How you feeling, Linda? I hope you're doing okay. I know life is kicking your ass right now, but you know, we all go through times in our life where sometimes we win, sometimes life wins, and it won't last forever. Here we go. Red Bull tonight. It's Friday night, so you know, don't worry too much tonight. Watch some Satisfactory, try to relax, and tomorrow will be better. You know, or it won't. Frankly, sometimes it's better, sometimes it's not. All we can do is what we can do. Right now you're doing, well, you know, doing's better than not doing. That's the only alternative. All right, guys, so today I'm trying something new. I've never done this. We're trying something new, and if we like it, if there's success, I will keep doing it. You already got a Jack and Coke going? Nice. That'll fix your problems. One type of Coke or another. So, Cube Wave is here. So, here's my thought. There will come a time in the not too distant future when the Cyberpunk city is done, and I will not feel like committing to another 1,000-hour Satisfactory save is something that I want to do. So I've been doing a little brainstorming and trying to come up with an idea or two. There's a doggo on that belt over there. I don't know if you guys can see it, but the belt way in the distance, there's a doggo on that belt. I've never noticed it before. Right in the middle belt there. So there are two ideas. We're trying the first one tonight, and basically what I want to do is take viewer factories, your guys's playthroughs, and load them up without looking at it first, and see if I can fix you know, some sort of problem that you guys are having. All right, so you know, a power plant isn't at 100%, or you know, something's not working, right? An inefficiency. Now, I'm not saying that I'm gonna, like, you know, play your save for you, but basically just load up a playthrough and debug, right? Live debug, try to figure out, you know, somebody else's factory and see if we can't track down what's wrong with it. So that's idea number one, fix my factory. And I think that I am going to be doing, well, we're doing that tonight for the first time. And we're going to play around with it. The second idea is very similar. It's actually all the same except for one word. Instead of fix, I do pimp my factory. And I take boring factories, boring like shells, exteriors, and go through and in a few hours come up with, you know, some better looking aesthetics, right? So we have a fix my factory where I just debug, and then maybe after I finish the Cyberpunk, we do a pimp my factory. So I don't know. Those are my two ideas. And that way I don't have to commit to like a massive 1,000-hour Satisfactory save, but I can still get in a couple times a month and try to, get some time in Satisfactory, something like that. So Killer Rain and I, who is my a moderator on Discord and my Twitch mod, he's come up with a way to kind of submit your playthrough files so that I can have a little bit of protection. I don't want to like download files from people I don't know, and so anyway, if you're part of the Discord, obviously if you're a member or a Twitch sub, you would get you would be moved to the front of the line, but I would take and do anybody's. You don't have to be a member or anything. So that's kind of what I'm thinking. So tonight's the first night. I've double checked. I can load the save file, and it is canned bread, and that's a Cube Wave, and he is. I think it's Cube Wave, right? That's the correct screen name, right? On Twitch. Am I insane? Am I going insane? You guys and your multiple names. Yeah, Cube Wave, you're canned bread, right? I think you are. Yeah. I thought so. Okay, so we're in the save now, and let's take a look. The assignment is the power plant. Alternate the days. Yeah, I fix one day and I pimp another day. So your total harvest from raised tomatoes were 20 pounds. That's a lot of tomato. All right, guys. So I did see when I was making sure that I could load this that we have some messages here. Cube Wave, is this your character? Or is this like your friend's character? All right, so let's read these. There's more turbo fuel down in the basement of my iron factory if you want it. Okay, good to know. And then I hope you enjoy seeing this mess of a save. The thing that needs to be debugged is the big red power plant halfway across the north side of the map. It doesn't produce full power as it should. It's not a horrible issue, but I can't seem to figure it out. All right, well, we'll see what we can do. Yeah, that's you. Okay, good to know. I just wanted to make sure that was you. So we have some stuff. This is probably be, if you guys want me to look at your save, putting some care package stuff here is a good idea, I think. So let's load up here, and then for travel, I think the liquid biofuel is going to be fine. Let's take this for now. I mean, we have depot. Yeah, so we have depot, so that's nice. Here, all right, let's load up. Okay. All right, so let's see if we can find a train track. Ooh, that's cool. I don't open other people's saves very often. The crazy thing about this game is the wide variety of things that you can do. Yeah, look at this belt. This belt bus, man. This is massive. Like, I don't build this way, but I think this is cool, Very massive. I mean, we're not here for a factory tour, but like these will turn into a little bit of a factory tour, I wanted to make sure that that was you and not like your brother's character or something. You know what I mean? I heard that there was a train line to get over there, but I'm not seeing it. Follow the red symbol on the compass. Well, sure. I was looking for a train line, though. Oh my goodness. I mean, I do think that the adding of the curved, like, I like these curved belts over land better than like the straight ones, right? So I do think that's an improvement. Oh, it's up in the sky? Like, up in the sky? Oh, over there? That's the train line? All right. Well, we've got I think we've got a way up here. If you just joined us, we are we've loaded up a viewer's playthrough, and we're seeing if we can fix his power plant. And we're just making our way over there. I forgot I have to worry about things like poison, like a pour. Hey, buddy. It's probably safer over by the train track. There we go. So I assume it's this one over the water, yes? Good luck getting there that way. We're fine. Hey, Ray. Yeah, use the curve when you go over land. Yeah. Here, let's bing. Wow, it's really nice to, like, I think my Cyberpunk City has a pretty high frame rate for like what it is, but like this is smooth frame rate, man. Ooh, I see some projects are taking shape. Hey, I know that building. I forgot you told us you were doing a bigger version of the Mercury City Tower that I'm doing. That's cool. That's a much bigger version. Yeah, I think this is this turbo fuel? Turbo fuel plant? All right, yeah, I see the red over there. Oh, you're tearing it down? And that thing just kept going. All right. Okay, so we're gonna start at the end of production, and we're gonna work our way back. All right. So that's where I like to start. I like starting at the end and working our way back. We're also going to do some basic math checking first. Ooh, I like these. And then let's see. Oh, that's the bottom. Where were the, where's the dang, generators? I thought I saw those. I thought they were underneath. Don't go look at the roof? Well, now I'm going to. I wasn't gonna, but now I'm gonna. Oh. We're already up here. Ladder. Okay. All right. So what I want to do is I want to figure out how much fuel we are loaded for. And are we talking overclocks here? Are any of these overclocked? I should be able to tell, right? They would be white. All right, I'm not seeing any overclocks. All right, so let's get a row count here. Man, I missed my hover pack. Okay, so 14 by 12, but we're missing a couple. $14 times 12 minus 1, 2, 3, 4 times 8. So 14 times 12 minus 8, I think. $160. Does that sound right to you? Yeah, I don't think he's unlocked hover pack. Yeah, he hasn't completed phase 3. I missed one. You guys are saying I missed one. Off to a good start. This is number 16. Yeah, 16. Okay. Good catch, you guys. Is this a hot potato stream? No. Nope. It's a viewer's playthrough. Now I've got 16. What is going on? I got 14 and then 16. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yeah, I'm seeing 16. So I missed 2 the first time. So 16 times 12. Yeah. Well, I set the filter to only give me. All right. So 16 times 12 minus 8. So it looks like 186. All right. So 186, and then if we bring up in order to be perfectly 100% efficient, and we are making, what are we running in this thing? Is that regular fuel? No turbo fuel. Yeah, is it all turbo fuel? I'm going to assume this is all turbo fuel. I'm just looking in the markers here, making sure it's all turbo fuel. I think it is. All right, so let's assume all turbo fuel, right? 186. So burn rate is going to be 7.5 per minute. He's saying 184. Is that right? Am I sure it's 12? Yeah, he's saying 184. Oh, Killer Rain is saying 184. Yeah, I don't know why I said 186. We're off to a real great start, guys. All right. And do I think it's, let's double check 12. This should be 10 out here, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 plus 11, 12. Yeah, so I'm getting 184. Okay, so 184 times 7.5. So 1380, right? Because turbo fuel, we burn 7.5 per minute. Okay, so 1380 is the magic number. We need 1380 turbo fuel. All right, let's not electrocute ourselves there. So let's find, where is our source? So one thing right off the bat that I'm not necessarily a fan of, I'm not saying that this is the reason that it's not working, okay? But I don't like how you're coming up and then going in, all right? And I also would actually prefer that this line be higher. So like here, all right? And then you go down into the fuel generator, because that way you're much less likely to have backflow issues. Once the fuel goes down, it stays down. Here, you could have too much fuel go in here, right? And then slosh back in. So I don't exactly like that. Now, again, I'm not saying that that is the problem yet. Could be. It actually could be. But that's just an observation right now. Okay. So let's follow this. Yeah. Plastic and rubber. Yeah. I figured. I mean, it's really how you should do your plastic and rubber at the fuel plant, because you have to deal with the polymer resin. Okay, so I prefer that. Where's the source of these? Did I miss it? Is that a floor hole? Is that a floor hole? Get that shit. It's like there's a Family Guy that House is like a guest star of, and I actually don't mind this. And he goes, Dr. House, aren't you gonna need this? And like some doctor, you know, hands Dr. House something, and House looks at it and it says the rule book, and he takes that and he goes, get that out of my sight, and he throws it out the window. That's what I feel like with the damn floor hole. All right, so it's looking like these are our 3 sources, and we need, again, 1380 is the magic number, right? So in theory, we should have 2 full pipes and then 1 making significantly less per minute, right? And that'll get us our 1380. All right, so let's check for overclocks. So in theory, right, how many refineries should we need? Well, 1380 divided by 30. We should need 46. You're not going to like the way the fluid gets here. Well, that actually may be the problem, okay? Your factory might be fine. It could just be a fluid delivery problem, right? And so the order of operations here is, A, I'm going to check your machine math. Okay, make sure that there isn't extra machines or not enough machines, right? And then we're going to start checking, you know, we're going to start looking for what isn't working. Is it not enough coal? Is it too much fluid, right? We have to see, you know, or too much fuel. We have to see what is the problem. Yeah, I'm not a fan of this either, but that's okay. So what's our number? 46. We want 46 refineries here. All right. Okay, we look good here. And then I'm hitting G to count, and it should only count refineries. So it shouldn't matter if I get a cable, right? It shouldn't matter. Refineries only. This is how we need to count. Those still feeding, they are. Okay, so that's 14 in the first row. Okay, so first row has 14. Let's make a sign. I don't want to count them freaking 1,400 times. All right. Same thing happening here. It is. And we're going to hit G again. I mean, are these just 2 rows of the same? We've already counted it. These are just lined up perfectly 1 to 1, right? Yeah. But we have, what, 2 extra? Okay, so second row is 16. And we're just double checking, right? We're just double checking numbers, and it's giving me an opportunity to kind of see where how the layout works, right? I'm kind of just counting. I'm getting warmed up, right? Looking for anything obvious, you know, off the bat, right? And then this is the same, right? Yeah, this is good. Any overclocks? I don't see any. Should be another 16, I think, right? Yeah, another 16. Okay, so 32 plus 14 is 46. How many do we need? We need 46. So far, so good. Okay. Now, let's see how much purple stuff we'll need to feed this. Okay, it's looking like 37.5 per refinery. So we have 46, so we multiply 37.5. So we're gonna need 1725 total goods. All right, and where is that all coming from? There's 2 pipes there. Another pipe here. Okay. So, I mean, is that enough? Right alone, is that enough? 3 pipes. Well, 600 a pipe, right? Times 3, 1800. So we should have enough capacity in theory. And I'm not even checking like how many are in each pipe or anything like that yet. We're just trying to make sure that, you know, I figure out where everything is and that we have, in theory, the right number of machines. Okay. Hey, there's nothing wrong with kin math. All right. So we're making 7.5 per minute. Now, I do not like this recipe. Okay, this is not my favorite recipe. I would never suggest anybody use this recipe. I like the other one so much more. Okay, the heavy oil residue recipe is way better. All right, and we can talk about that. Some of these are rubber, aren't they? Where did you split the rubs? The rubbers. Okay, they're right here. Okay, there's the split. Okay, I can follow this. All right, so we're gonna count the ones making plastic. But yeah, I would heavily suggest to anybody watching, if you're gonna make something like this, I would suggest the other recipe. I don't know if he has it unlocked. He does. No, he doesn't. He doesn't. Yeah. So the other recipe is just better. It's more flexible. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's do something easy. Let's ask for 1,000 let's ask for, sorry, this is where you ask for the thing. I'm gonna show you guys. Turbo fuel, let's ask for 1,000, and we're going to turn on all the recipes. We're gonna have to turn some stuff off here. I'll get rid of the diluted fuel. Okay, we'll get rid of these 2. There's some shenanigans happening here. Let's no blenders allowed. Okay, here we go. Doing better. No reanimated Sam. Okay, nice. This is what I'm talking about. All right. So here's option 1 with alternate heavy oil residue. All right. Now this polymer resin, let's just make it easy. Let's also ask for max. Because we need to compare how much plastic and rubber we're getting, right? On this, because you can turn this into plastic and rubber instead of making it directly. All right, so if we do the let's just keep it simple with plastic. All right, how much plastic is this? 30 gives you 10. If I max plastic, it's gonna be a real pain in the butt here. Let's do like let's see, we have polymer resin 625 divided by 30 times 10, 208,333. Let's see if that's right. Yeah, that's right. All right, so in this scenario, to get 1,000 turbo fuel, we need just under 1,000 oil, okay, 937 and 208 plastic. So let's make a copy, clone this tab, and now we're gonna do the alternate recipe, or not the alternate recipe, okay? And we're gonna turn off heavy oil residue. And now we're gonna ask for plastic. It's not using this one. Which one's he using? He's using rubber and plastic. Okay, let's turn off fuel. And we need to force the rubber and plastic recipe. There's the rubber. What are you doing with this crap over here, bros? What are you doing? These recipes sometimes get a little crazy. Doing silly stuff. Let's do none and just turn on the turbo fuel. Couldn't get a result, huh? This isn't an alternate recipe, is it? Yeah, you're doing crude, you're doing the plastic and the rubber. Why won't you let me do plastic and rubber, sir? Let's kill that. Still won't like it, huh? Yeah, I just want plastic, rubber. Oh, it's the other turbo fuel. It's turbo heavy fuel. That's what you're using. That's why I couldn't get it. Still doesn't like it. It's compacted coal, compacted coal's an alternate. There we go. Okay, so let's turn off, so it's 1-to-1. Let's turn off rubber. Okay, so this is what he's got going. Here's my problem with this setup. We're getting the same amount to get the same amount of turbo fuel. Here, let's just do there. Okay. Now, yes, you get more plastic. But look how much more oil it is. It's 37.50 oil to get your 1,000 turbo fuel versus 937. 4 times. It's exactly 4 times the amount of oil. Now, yes, you're getting more plastic, okay? But it takes 4 times the amount of oil to get the same amount of power. I'm not, yes, it should be more than 1,000 turbo. I'm using this as an example. I'm not mapping your factory. I'm using this as an illustrative example on why I like the other setup better. And by the way, you can get even better than this setup. Okay. And that is incorporating diluted packaged fuel. Okay. Half the amount of oil. You can double it again. Now this is complicated and gross, and it is complicated, okay? That you have to deal with packaged crap and stuff, but we cut the oil in half, still getting 1,000 turbo fuel. Any leftover fuel? Yeah, there's leftover fuel here. It's doing some shenanigans to get us the same amount of plastic, but the oil is the same. Okay, so I mean half. Just something to consider. And by the way, it takes less coal and less sulfur than the other version. That's my only point. This is not my favorite setup. Is it a MAM unlock? They're hard drives. Yeah, they're hard drives. Okay, let's count our rows and columns here. So just something to keep in mind for anybody watching. Those are my preferred. Okay, it looks like 10. Those are my preferred recipes. Yeah, the heavy oil residue. Yeah, well, the heavy oil residue alternate recipe. He is using heavy oil residue. He's just not using that one recipe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 10 times 6. Are we missing any? Is this perfectly square? Yeah, 10 times 6. That was mine. Get rid of that shit. Okay, so 60 of these. Let's mark that somewhere. I'm really not used to the not having the hover pack, so I apologize. All right, and then the same thing here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This is 10. Same thing. 60 again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 60 and 60. That seems convenient. All right. So we're making 10 heavy oil residue with the rubbers, and we're making 7.5 with the plastics. Okay, we need 1725. All right, that's our goal, 1725. All right, so I'm gonna write that down on my calculator. 1725. Make sure I don't forget. Okay, so let's check our math. Okay. 60 times 7.5 plus 60 times 10. Now, did I do something wrong? Let's double check. 7.5 and 10. Am I missing any? Let's check these. Let's check these pipes. Is there any coming from? Wait, these are, this is a different. Oh, these are 50%. Oh, these are 50%. Crap. Okay. Are they all 50? How many are 50%? Yeah, it's my bad. I should have noticed that. Scan hard drives for 3 hours and then gave up. Are you saving it? These are 75%. Yeah, that was, sorry. I blanked on that. I'll have to be more careful. I was looking for white lights. Is it just the front rows that are underclocked? And is it all the front row? It looks like the front row of 10 is underclocked. So let's do the plastic one first. 50 times 10 plus 10 times 7.5 plus 50 times 20 plus 10 times 10. 1675. We need 1725. Right? 7.5. 10. 50 times 10, then 10 times 7.5, and then 20, and then 10, right? 20, and then 10. So let's check every single one here. He says, yes, it should be. But this is telling me that we don't have enough. If these are all 50%, and then the other row is all 100%, sorry, 75% in front, then we're short. Just making sure none of these are hiding at 100%. It's easier if I go along the back here. Just checking each one of these guys. I wish they gave you a visible light indicator on an underclock. All right, so I think I've found a problem. We're short. We're definitely short, okay? Does anybody see any issues with my math here? Okay, we have 50 making plastic at 100%. That's providing 10 heavy oil residue. We have the front 10, the front row, making it at 75%, and that's giving us 7.5. Okay, 7.5. And then similarly on the rubber, 50 times 20. Okay, 10 times 10. According to the model, how much? It should be 1675. You think it should be 1675? He doesn't understand the underclocking. It's to get the right amount. So you're saying 1675 is the amount that we should be getting. Here's the problem. We need more than that. Well, he's just underclocked them to make them even. Okie Sooner knows what underclocking is. He doesn't mean he doesn't understand what it is. He just doesn't know why. So 14. I mean, let's double check my other math. So 1675, right? Let's put it in a spreadsheet so we don't lose it. Okay, so he's got 50, 10, 50, and 10. And he's got 10, 7.5, 20, and 10. And then these are multiplied by each other. Okay, and then we add them up. 1675. Okay, you whore. All right. And so now we're double checking the machines. Okay, and I'm pretty sure it was 46. Okay, so we've got 46. It's okay if you messed up the math. That's why we're here. It's no big deal. 46 times 37.5, I think. Let's double check. By the way, that is what I got. Gotta have Bill Gates check my math here. 37.5. 46 of them. We're short. 1725. Okay, so we are 50 short. 50 per minute. Okay, so let's see if we can't fix it. Who should we overclock, right? Who's short? Because somebody's short. Who's yeller? I think it's this back row. I think it's right here. And that's the one on the end. That would make the most sense. In theory, right? What do we have on this line? Isn't it 16? 16 times 37.5, 600. Okay, so I like that. I like that. By the way, don't let anybody tell you that you can't get 600 out of a pipe, because you absolutely can. This is empty. Yeah, this is not enough. Okay, so somewhere here, somewhere along this line, we're not getting what we need. You're adding all of this. Where's the other one? Are the other two over here? Is there two there or just one? There's two there. All right, so it's over here somewhere. Is all of this exactly... You crossing any streams here? You're telling me all of this is exactly 600, huh? Let's check. Well, you're short 25. You're short 25 here. Okay, because when you add these up, it's 575. That means we're short 25 on one of the other ones. On the other side. Okay, so who's got our extra oil? How many oil pipes are you feeding? Because we can't just choose one and overclock it, right? We got to make sure, how's this oil all being fed? Is this all being fed by one pipe? No. Okay, you've got multiple oils here. So who's short? No, well, yeah, chef. So their oil supply might be a problem, okay? But like, we have to do things one at a time. Okay, we do not have the right amount of machines making heavy oil residue. I can't check oil supply yet. This is another point about debugging. If you're not careful, you'll go in circles. Okay, you'll fix something and then you fix something else, and that changes the last thing that you fixed. Before we do anything, we have to make sure that there's the right amount of machines making the right amount of stuff in theory. And then we check the actuals, okay? We're still checking theory, right? In theory, this is not right. We can't start checking actuals, okay? Now, we are trying to figure out where the in theory is broken based on some of the actuals, okay? But as a shortcut, okay? But we have to fix the in theory portion first. Okay, and one of these oils is an oil supply is related. You're there, except I'm not ready for that yet. Okay, so like this oil supply. So we have to see and make sure. Now there's a bunch of extra oil here. Okay. But how much oil is this eating? Well, this should be pretty easy. As long as, you know, all of these are, should we just check and make sure none of them are accidentally underclocked? We probably should. There's no quick way to ensure no underclocking, you know, and if there was a mistake, we need to just check it. Okay, so how much oil is needed in this pipe? Okay, 300. Okay, because it's 10 times 30 plus 10 times 7.5. $300 plus 10 times 7.5. Not 7.5. Sorry, 15. Nope, 22.5. I was wrong all over the place. Okay, so 525. So we have headroom here, assuming that his oil supply can supply it. Now back here we don't, right? Because that's supplying that one and that one. And then this one is supplying these two, I assume, right? And that is exactly 600. Yeah, so we can't overclock these two rows because we're already maxed out on our oil here. Now, again, I'm just gonna go ahead and assume all of these are at 100%. And then what's the deal with these last two rows? I mean, they should be the same, right? They should have one oil supplying everything. It looks like it's this one here, and then it comes around and goes into the back of there. Right, so the only headroom we have is in the front one, and that makes sense. They're the ones that are underclocked. Okay, now if we go up here, this should probably be full, right? We should have extra oil in here. That's jam-packed, just like I thought. And then the rest of these are gonna be well, they're packed full too. So there's that doesn't necessarily mean that there's a problem, but it probably indicates it's a problem. These are feeding the oil, right? I mean, if these are all full, it's not a supply issue. They're all full, right? So we have plenty of oil. We have too much oil. It's a calculation issue. Okay, so where do we get the extra? Where do we get the extra? We just get it right here. How much extra do we need? 25 more heavy oil residue. That's just a no underclock, right? It's going to be 20 times 10 times 3. Yeah, this is just, we just don't underclock this. I don't understand why we're underclocking this. We have 10 that are underclocked. We're missing 2.5 per. That's our 25. There's no underclock here. It uses up all the oil and it fills up the heavy oil residue pipe. Now we're still missing 25, but we just can't get it on this side with the plastic. Okay, so now this should be even. Now, yes, we'll produce more plastic, but I saw he's overflow sinking, so it shouldn't be a problem. Hey, Obama has my car. What a name. What were you playing? Arena Breakout. Well, welcome to Satisfactory. We are debugging a viewer's factory. I'm in somebody else's save file and we're trying to figure out what's wrong. We've already fixed one problem. So I'm just gonna go out on a limb here and say that let's do the same thing to the rubber that we said. I know you said that, Okie Sooner, but I have to confirm it. I know you said that. We need another 25. So in theory, what would we do to get the other 25? We would just pop this up to get the extra 25. Okay, but let's make sure, let's see which one's short. Okay, because we have 2 pipes here. All right, is one of these full and one of these empty? They're both empty. Okay, who's getting screwed? Out of the 2 rows here. Actually, one row is the 14, one's the 16. So it's gonna be one of these on the end. So who's not at 100%? It's gonna be, it's gonna be you. It's you. It right in front of my face. You're short. You're at 66%. Are you at 100%? If you're at 100%, then I know which one to fix. 96%, probably good enough. Maybe we need 5 here and 20 on the other one. That would be a little bit awkward. But I bet you this is gonna be 100. Let's do this one first because this is a full pipe. This one needs to be full cranking 600. Outside pipe. You need to be full and cranking. That does look good, by the way. That does look good. So, and again, we're not checking flow. We're not checking, floor holes or pipe connection, bad pipe connections. We're not doing anything like that. We're checking the theory first. All right, have a good night, man. Thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. So we're checking the theory first. And where are you getting yours? Okay, so you're both linked together. And so these last 3 rows, is that what we're getting here? Yeah, last 3 rows, and these should all be the same. What are they giving us? I think they're 20 per, are they not? They are 20 per, and as we know, there's 30 of them. 30 times 20, 600. I'm wanting to say that I don't have all the oil to run those at max speed. Well, then that's the problem. Okay, but you've got to set your factory, and then we can go get the oil. We can just go get more oil, right? But I'm basing it on the amount of fuel generators that you built, and we're working backwards. So we can check that oil supply. That's the end, right? Because we started at the end and we're working backwards. And so the beginning is now the end. The oil supply is usually the beginning, but because we're working backwards, it's the end. So in theory, this should be good to go as long as none of these are accidentally underclocked, which is honestly a little bit of a possibility because of what I'm seeing. I'm wondering if one of these are accidentally overclocked. We need to check all 30 of them, and it's a little awkward. Sorry, underclocked. Did I say over? I meant underclocked. Can we check it on... This is why I like catwalks, by the way, guys. So if you had a catwalk, you could run along and check them a lot easier than this. I love building catwalks. I would have built one right over the front here so we could lean over the rail and very quickly click on each one of these and make sure nobody is doing something silly. Okay, all that looks good. Let's just check this last row. We've checked 2 out of 3 rows. Did anybody see any? I should have been looking. I should have been making sure everybody was at 100%. I should be looking at both the underclock and the efficiency here. Okay, so I think we're good there. So that means, now remember, how much heavy oil residue do we need total? Well, in the last pipe, we need 14 times 37.5, okay? So last pipe needs 525. All right, and let's go find that last pipe. And I think we only have 500. I'm telling you right now, we only have 500. This is the other 25. It's right here. Okay, and it's linking up this row, and that row, and that row. Okay, and that's 2.5 rows. I'm just gonna go ahead and assume all of these are at 100%. That means, so we're at 525, which is what I thought. We need 25 more heavy oil residue out of this. Okay, so let's do... That's an extra 5. 10. 15. 20. 25. Now, in theory, that should be enough heavy oil residue to supply all of these machines, and these machines are enough turbo fuel to supply all of the fuel generators. Yeah, no, this is, I know what you guys are seeing, and there's 2 issues. This is fine, okay, because this isn't full, and neither is this. Okay, they can't be both full, guys, right? He's running an end run. Now, I personally don't think that this is necessary. It's a loop. It's just a loop. Oh, I don't care about floating power poles and stuff like that. Like, that's just an aesthetic thing. It's fine. This is just an outside loop, guys. Personally, I don't think he needs this. But this is an attempt to stop knocking. This is a knocking fix. Now, I don't do that because I don't think it's necessarily necessary. Drain rate, this really should say 600. I mean, it is 600. Let's do, there's a nice short pipe segment right here. Let's just let it fill up for a second. Yeah, I don't know if I'm ready to start debugging pipe flow. Yeah, this looks fine to me. And then this should be 525. Fill rate 525. Yeah, I mean, that's gonna knock around a bit. Drain rate. Let's make sure nothing's underclocked. That should be going to the 14. It is. And we just checked 14 times. Uh, 37 and a half is 525. Okay, so each of these out front here, that's where this connects. These should all be 100%. Okay, 37 and a half, should be 14 of them. That's number 2, 100%. It'll be the one on the end. It's 3, right? 3, 4. 5. Just don't want to make sure nothing's underclocked. 6, 7, 8, 9. We checked. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So these are probably improving. And again, he's just doing a loop here. Not my favorite way to solve that, but I think it's probably okay. And we're short here, but we're getting there. Okay, we're getting there. You've rebuilt the power plant 4 times because of knocking and it's PTSD. I don't blame you on that. 1200 is what the right side should produce. The right side, you mean the rubber side? And sorry, Killer, you're gonna have to be more specific. I don't know what side and produce what. So, in theory, this factory is now working with correct numbers. Now, is the flow correct? And is the supply of oil correct? We have to check both those things. Now, are any of these running low? Remember, these were packed full. Still full. Still full. It's going to be these front ones, because those are the ones we changed. Still full. Okay, net increase out and outgo. So still full. Let's just make sure the other ones look good. So you don't think you're supplying enough oil to the party, huh? This looks fine to me. All this looks fine. Right side rubber is making 1200 heavy oil residue. No, it's not 1200. It's 600 plus 575. I should have been running in here. It's not 1200. It's 1125. That's why we have some underclocking. All right, so let's go ahead and assume that our oil supply is sufficient. Those big old barrels are packed full. If long term they're not sufficient, maybe that's fine. But at least for now, because those buffers are jam packed, then in isolation, we have enough supply, at least for a limited amount of time. Okay, does that make sense? So I'm not going to go backtrack and make sure that he's feeding enough oil. Okay. None of these should be anything except for 100%. Let's check the ones on the ends. Those are most likely in a manifold system to that way we don't have to check every single one. 100%. All of these should be banging away at 100 and have no problems. Now, if we do see any backing up heavy oil residue, see, this makes the heavy oil residue and it's instantly gone. Okay, so there isn't a problem with his piping here because the fluid's not backing up. Okay, there's nothing in them. All of these are empty with heavy oil heavy oil residue. It immediately drains out and that shit is gone, and that's good. So I'm not seeing necessarily a problem with heavy oil residue piping on the plastic side. So let's check the rubber side. And yeah, this is an anti-knocking mechanism, by the way. And it seems to be doing fine. Personally, I don't do it, but I'm not gonna knock it. Yeah, there's no holdup of heavy oil residue here, guys. Ooh, there's a little. Okay, it's gone. It's gone. It's not backed up. But it is taking a second to empty. Okay, so this is worth a closer look. The one on the end is likely to be actually the one in the middle with his anti-knocking is. Let's check these middle ones here. Yeah. That looks okay. So I think pipe-wise, his transportation of heavy oil residue to the next set of refineries to make the turbo fuel, I see no problems with it. Nothing's backing up. Some of them are a little slow, and that's okay. Here we go. I don't like this one. This is 94%. Now, why this one? In the middle, I did say the middle was more likely, didn't I? 100%. 100%. 95. Okay, so there is a little problem. There's some sloshing. There is sloshing somewhere. So, how would I fix this? Well, you could put a valve here. All right? And I hate valves. So I'm not going to do it. What you could do is an unpowered Mark 1 pump. Let's see if that's an easy fix. $39, $36. Let's see if we can get stable in the 20s. This looks like it's steadily going down. Yeah, valves are bad. Don't use them. Just don't use them. Guys, don't talk about that in the channel, please. Eye in the sky, you can't do it. This is not... Don't do it, please. Okay, so this actually looks like it's about the same. 96. I mean, it's not... Let's see. About the same is okay. Yeah. Yeah. Escato Gaming, I'm with you. In the trash bin, right? Here. Oh, yeah. No, I don't want to flush the pipe. I mean, I could flush the pipe on the outside. Dragging it out's the better solution. Really, what I want to see is this at 100%. So, it was actually good exercise because I had to stop and think. We actually won't, it won't go down. It just won't go up. Right, to be even. The whole point is that we want equilibrium, right? And so dragging that out to reset it, I think is good. I'd like this to get to 0. It's not quite there, is it? There's another way to solve this. But let's go ahead and do this for each of these. Okay, what I actually like doing is doing something like this. I like doing these, okay? Because this prevents backflow without a black box. I don't really know what's happening here with this unpowered pump. Everybody says, oh, just put an unpowered pump and it works like a valve. But do I know that? I don't know that. This, I know how this works. And it's really easy to see. Okay? So I like these. This is my valve. It goes up. And then it can't go backwards. This is my valve. Okay, so that's what I would probably do here, but I kind of wanted to see if these are going to work. And your middle ones are the most susceptible to problems because they are on the ends. Ironically, because he is doing this extra pipe here. There's too many pipe mergers? No. This is... Okay, I know what you guys are saying. And I personally don't think it's a problem. I wouldn't do it, but I also don't think it's a problem. This is anti-knocking. It's just two sources. It doesn't really matter. Okay? He's just looped it. And you say that the solution of fluids would be elegant but simple? What, you mean like coffee stains solution? We're at 600 here. Let's watch this for a second. It's not supposed to be working. It is working for what I want. The reason I put the Mark 1 pipe pump there is not to pump anything. It's to act as an actual valve. To prevent sloshing back into the subset of the pipe system that was producing the heavy oil residue in the first place. Right, this hasn't moved. Now, I would sit here, if this were my factory and I wasn't streaming, I would sit here for 10 minutes, maybe even 15, 20 minutes. Make sure this doesn't move. Ever. If it drops for even a moment, there's some sort of a flow issue. You did say it, I remember. Yeah, said it about what, Oki? I don't know what the context is. Okay, it just dropped. And it ain't because this is full. Okay, so there still is a flow issue. Now, let's go ahead and remove some variables. Let's remove some variables. Now, in theory, what he has done should work, but it's not working. I believe that this is fine. Let's go ahead and cut this off because I don't want any weird pipe in and out flow. So I'm removing his knocking solution. I've never had knocking here. The only knocking I've ever gotten is in a fuel generator situation. The solution. Whose solution? Yeah, there are loops everywhere. He's put them there on purpose. I don't know how else to say that the loops are there to prevent knocking. They're there on purpose. Now, I think that the cure is worse than the disease. Okay? But they're there on purpose. We're focusing on this one. Let's watch this for a minute. Yeah, I don't know what you're saying, Oki. Whose solution to fluids? My solution for this factory, Coffee Stain's solution for the problem, right? The solution for every factory ever. I don't know what you're saying. Okay. I don't understand buffers. They don't keep flow rate. It should not back up if you have a buffer. It's not backing up. It's not flowing forward. It's saying it's caused you problems. I don't like them either. I'm with you, Escato. Yeah. I hear you. I didn't mean to be like short or whatever with you. I don't like them either, personally. Once you got 650 out of a buffer. I mean, pipes can't flow 650. I like buffers. I like buffers because they help you debug things. I like them a lot because they have more data than a pipe section. The fix, but which fix? I'm happy to, maybe I said that, but I don't know what fix. Are you talking about when I was fixing my own factory, I said it should be elegant? I mean, I agree. Do I think Coffee Stain Studios fix for fluids should be elegant? Probably. I mean, this is pretty elegant. All I've done is delete some pipes and it looks like it's working better. I don't know how much elegant you can get than that. Where does the flow problem start? Well, the flow problem would be behind this pipe. And remember, we had one single refinery out of 30 was at 96%. That's what we're trying to make. Like, we're talking about like a very, very, very small issue some of the time. Okay, but we're trying for 100% perfection all of the time. Okay, and I just think that the cure was worse than the disease on those loops. I just don't trust them. There's too much opportunity for backflow. Okay, there is no fix because the pipes aren't broken. I don't think these pipes are bugged. No. Yeah, so I like, because it gives you, now this does say 602. I think that that's just a display bug. I like this. If we came back and checked on this in 20 minutes and it was the same, I would be happy. I'd be happier. I'm never happy. See, now this one is a little bit tougher, right? Because this one isn't actually 600. Remember, it's 525. And so it's never going to be 525 exactly. It's going to slosh a bit. 96% on one, I would not have noticed it. Well, so we have, I believe, let's take a, where are we at with this, right? Let's figure out where we're at with this. I believe I fixed the problem. And the problem was his math was just slightly off in how much he was underclocking the machines on the front of this line. And we've already fixed it. This pipe here, right here, was 25 short per minute of heavy oil residue supplied, and this pipe here was 25 short per minute of heavy oil residue supplied. We had plenty of oil. I think that we have plenty of oil going into the system, and we had plenty, and we needed the heavy oil residue coming out. I think he just made an easy math error, easy to make, and it's already fixed. I think this factory is already fixed. Now, I do think that there are some 1%er improvements that we can learn from, and we can, we can play with. Okay, I think these loops are a bigger problem than they're worth. That's my opinion. And it does seem like when we removed those loops and did nothing else, that things improved. Okay, there's another loop. Let's get rid of him. Okay. Now, again, I know why he's doing it. I just disagree, right? It is a cure for a problem, and that's okay. Flow rate is not enough going into the refineries for turbo. It wasn't, and then that's what we changed. Now, the real question is, let's come down here and let's see if our boys have caught up and if they're at 100% now. That's what matters. So who's at the end? The end is what matters. He's the one at the end. Is he at 100%? 96. $97. This looks good. This doesn't look that close. I wish I could hit reset on these, right? This looks great. I bet you this is actually at 100%. Because if we watch, there's actually double in there that we need. when this pops. This is never going to fill all the way up, guys. It's the last one on a manifold fluid. It is never going to get filled. It doesn't have to get filled. It just has to have enough. Now it's at 98. Okay, that's why we, by the way, that's also why we were fiddling over there and we were kind of playing with some things, because I knew that these needed time to get up to speed. Now, where's the other end? That's the end for that pipe. But this feeder pipe, this one's the end. All right, so are we at 98% here? 100%. Even better. And by the way, that's the exact same. Look at it's the exact same thing. Sorry. It's getting to 12 and then dropping to 7. It's getting to 12, dropping to 7. You know, like 11 and a half, 6 and a half, 12, 7, something like that, right? Perfect. And then the end of this one, this should be at 100%. It is. And that's actually full. So I think this is all fixed. I think we are getting now the correct amount of turbo fuel out of this. And by the way, this tells us something else. This tells us something else too. Not only does the 100% tell us that we're getting enough heavy oil residue, it tells us two other things: that we're getting enough compacted coal, and more importantly, that our turbo fuel is not backing up. Because this could also be a problem. If our turbo fuel was backed up, that would mean that there is some kind of a pipe delivery problem between the production of the turbo fuel and the consumption of the turbo fuel at the fuel generators. I'm not seeing that because this all looks like 100% to me. But let's check the ends. Well, it would be in the middle because he's got these damn loops. Okay, it would be in here. If there was extra turbo fuel stacking up and not at 100%, it would be in the middle here. I'm not seeing it here. It's more likely it would be on one of these, by the way. I'm just looking for extra turbo fuel because it's not flowing. Not seeing it. So all of that looks good. I think the flow, I think the delivery mechanism from the production of the turbo fuel to the consumption is perfect or very, very close to perfect. I'm not seeing any backed up turbo fuel, which is very important. All right, let's take a look at, let's go ahead and look. By the way, let me ask you this. CubeWave, is this your only power plant? Palyota, correct. But are the fuel gens sputtering? That's next. I feel like the loops are band-aid on a stab wound. No. It's more like... It's more like open heart surgery. Okay? There are times you need open heart surgery or you will die. There are other times when maybe something not so drastic, you know, there's a bigger risk of doing open heart surgery if you don't need it. Okay? I think those loops, those are to prevent knocking. In my experience, the only things that have ever knocked for me are huge, like 20 plus, 30, 40 plus fuel generator manifolds consuming liquid. I have never had knocking on the production side, ever. In fact, I actually don't think it happens. See, he's got a loop on production. I have never, ever used the loop on production. I think this is unnecessary. personally, I only use the loop system when I am going through a massive fuel generator line on the consumption side. Yeah, you have two others, but they're small. Are they perfectly 100%? I'm not going to shut it off. That's not why I'm asking. I want to check. I want to check to see. Let's check his power. Okay, it's not perfect, right? We have a wave line, so I don't know if it's this factory or a different factory. That's why I was asking. But we can wait. No, it's not here. Where are your damn fuel generators again? Oh, they're up above. Here's another problem. Guys, put your fuel gens below everything. Don't put them on top. I know you want to put them on top, and if you really want to put them on top, there are ways to do it, but it's asking for trouble. And that's because liquid flows down, okay? You should have the end of your production chain be the lowest. It's going to give you, on average, less problems. Now you can do this, but it's not my favorite. All right, we're looking for red lights. Red lights, boys. And they're going to be at the ends of the pipes. Right here. Nope, that's not the end. He has hidden the ends of his pipes. We're looking for red lights. Here's an end. Okay, see that? This is where it's going to be. By the way, my friend, this is where your knocking is going to be. Okay? This is where your loop should be. This is where your loop should be. If you're going to have knocking, it's going to be here. Okay? you have loops on the opposite place that you should have them. No power. Red light right in front of our face. Okay, let's do it. Let's solve for knocking, okay? Because I actually think that there's a good chance. I have never gotten perfect fuel generation without putting a loop, ever. So we're gonna loop this one, and we're gonna see if it fixes it, okay? Because we know we got red on the end. First thing I'm going to do I have to use the bathroom. That Red Bull went right through me. I'm going to be right back, guys. As long as you had storage that acts as a reset when you get to the roof, as long as the storage is higher than your consumption, and his is not. You're right. You're right. We'll talk about that when I get back. I'll be right back. That's a good shot. Thanks. I've gotten good at finding nice shots so I can get up and go to the bathroom and not leave something boring for you guys. So Jesse's correct. If you create some storage and gravity feed, you're fine, right? So you pump up, create the storage high, and then drop fluid down. You should be fine. And that's what I do when I need to move fluid up. But look, here's the supply for this, and it's coming from underneath. I don't like this. And I'm not even gonna talk about the effing floor hole, okay? I do not like this at all. Now, I don't think that it's a problem here, but I would never design one like this because it's begging for trouble, okay? It is begging for trouble. I don't like it. Now, if you were gonna make a fuel storage out here higher and then drop it in, fine. That's not what we have here. Okay, so hey Alice, we are fixing a factory. All right, so let's do something like I don't have any of my stuff here. That's all you need, by the way. This is all you need. Too long. That's what she said. Pipe is too long. This is how I solve for knocking. Oh, you dirty dog. All right, so there's another thing that I would do if I had my preference, and let's do one so that you guys can see what I'm talking about. I would do every single one like this. Okay, let's choose this one. Let's do this one over here because I have something else going on over there. Floor hole. Oh, sorry, I threw up in my mouth. You just come up one. He's too close to fit. Yeah, they're not gonna work. You need another meter out. So that's not gonna work, but I like to drop in, right? Your supply is here. Let's. The paint's gonna be on the wrong freaking side. 1 second, I gotta fix it. It's my stupid computer. And I'll be right back. Somebody in my house closed my door. I'm in here cooking, you guys. Okay. All right, what was I talking about? Ooh, a half notch? I could try half notch. It's a good idea. For illustrative purposes. Yeah, nice. Yeah, that works. Now, it doesn't seem like this is much, but what this will do, even just this little amount, will help greatly reduce the chances for backflow. It also looks ugly. I don't care. Now, look, I don't think that you necessarily need it. Okay, but I've had more luck with this way. Now, there's another reason to do this, or there's another takeaway from this. You don't have to do anything like this with rocket fuel. Because rocket fuel is a gas. Okay, it is much easier to manifold out big, long lines of fuel generators with rocket fuel than it is with turbo fuel. I would probably skip or try to skip turbo fuel. Try to get to phase 4 and get rocket fuel going, and make that your big factory. That would be my general recommendation. What I was going to show you here is this is a side view. Okay, what he has right now, right? The flow goes through the page, right, through the computer, and then in like this. I don't like this because the pipe is right here. Okay. You know, these pipes are right here. And I don't like it because what can happen with the flow is it can go in, hit the reservoir, fill up, and then come back out. Okay. Instead, what I like to do is bring it up like this. Okay. Because that limits, I think there's still some backflow. Okay, but it limits coming back up. The other thing that I do, I don't think it matters, but I make these Mark 1s. Okay, and some of these things may not necessarily be necessary. These are things that I've found that I like doing that increases the chances of all of the shit working. Okay, now this though, I believe has to be done. That's why I actually did it. Okay, this is our knocking fix. That has 20 in it. This has 20 in it. 50. I mean, these are fixed. Right? This was red. The end of the pipe here was red. Where's the other ends? This is where your knocking is a problem. Knocking happens on consumption, not production. Here we go. And look, big shocker, it's at the end. Same problem. We don't have fuel. Okay. One, two, let's do two, fuel gen's worth, you know? Oh my gosh, his autosave is so fast. I mean, mine's not even that long, but I miss these high FPS, low autosave days. Okay, also, ooh, I know what you did here. I don't like this. Let's talk about something else, guys. Now, again, this seems to be working, okay? But if you've seen Bits' video on fluids, let me show you. There are two ways to do pipe fluid junctions. And they are, I believe that they are not equal. I mean, I know for a fact they're not equal. They're not exactly the same. All right. Do these look identical to you? Don't worry about the fact that this one is a little bit longer than the other one. These are not identical. Look at where this pipe ends. Inside. I can't show you, but inside. Okay. See how it goes halfway through the junction and this one doesn't? That's because I used this to split it. I believe that this has a tendency to bug. I would build them like this. Build them like this. See, and if you look, I know that's what he did, because these pipes go halfway to the middle. Okay, so he put down a long line, and then he held control and lined these up, and he popped them. And you should be able to do that. You should, but it doesn't work. Now you can do it. I'm gonna do it. Watch me do it. I'm gonna do it right there. See? And now look, I'm gonna rebuild them. You rebuild them, no problem. Now they're not connected that way. The same thing happens with pumps. Now, does it bug every time? No. Does it work most of the time? Yes. If you do this 1,000 times, will some of them be broken somehow? Probably. Okay? So here we go. Here's our loop. Now, we've got 4 lights at the end here. 4 lights at the end tells me this is actually not knocking. And we actually probably have a shortage. Okay? I actually think we have a shortage here now. 2 lights at the end flashing on and off, knocking. 4 lights solidly off, flow problem. Let's track this down and let's find our issue. By the way, the majority of this factory is already fixed. I'm kind of nitpicking so that people can, you know, learn. You ready for my rage? I don't have any rage. I 100% agree. Some turbo fuel can be made for turbo diamonds or whatnot, but everything in rocket fuel. Yeah, it's just too, rocket fuel being a gas, it's just too convenient. All of these problems go away with the gas. You don't have to worry about any of this bull crap. I'm gonna count. 1. Oh, we did cut this. I wonder if it's just manifolding. It could just be manifolding. All right, let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's 11. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. Seven and a half. It's not 64. But is this the other one? This could be the other pipe. We were making 14 times 30, I think. Divided by 7.5. 56 divided by 2, 28. He may have... And look, we're 4 short. Come on. We're gonna check the oil supply. We can double check it. I don't really care, because you can just hook up more oil. But yeah, we can check it. I think there's another problem here. Let's count again. Okay, let's count again. We're counting by 2s, guys. By 2s. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. 32 times 2 is 64. Let's follow this pipe. I think I know the answer. I know where this is going. Yep. Okay. Maybe not. Okay, so this is 16. We should have 16 times 30, right? 480. Yeah, okay, 480. 480 divided by 7.5 is 64. Okay, all right, we're good. This one's good. This one's only 56. Which one? This front one, which is this one. Okay, 56 divided by 2 is 28. Oh my God, I'm not gonna be able to make it up there. So good job on the count. I'm just double checking. Okay, so there should only be 28. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. It's 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. Good job. I think you're good. Okay, good. No, I think it's good. I think it's good. All right, are these green now? Maybe that was just a manifolding issue because I cut this to rebuild that other one for an example. I'd like to see this at 100%. It is going up. Where's the end of the other pipe? Remember, we have 3 sources and I only did 2 knocking loops. It's right here. You at 100%, my friend? Nope. Nope, 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 nope. So... when the room's rocking, don't come a knocking. So here's your solution for this. Turbo fuel and fuel. You need these, guys. They need to be there. If you can get it to work without them, more power to you. But if your ends aren't quite getting at 100% and you've checked everything, and you can make a blueprint that builds this really easily. Okay, we disconnected for a second, but we are reconnected on OBS, so everybody's good. And remember, we're gonna delete this, we're gonna go like that, we're gonna go like that, we're gonna delete that, we're gonna go like that, we're gonna go like that. And by the way, you'll notice I didn't loop the entire thing. I only did this last part. And this seems to be enough. Learn you. Yeah. All right, so this makes sense that this is short because this pipe is filling up. I just built it. So it's going to be short until the pipe equalizes. Did I mess up a connection? Very possible. That flow is very low. It's just because I deleted it? Could be. All right. How's our other one that we fixed? Also, guys, everybody, myself included, I'm the worst of all, underestimates how long it takes for a system to re-reach equilibrium after you've made a large change to fluids. Why isn't that popping red? must be something wrong here. Oh, is it? Oh, it's 7.5 per minute, but it's 1 per burn. It's about to pop red now. If this doesn't hit 1, it'll pop red. Yeah. So we could have an issue of not enough supply. It's possible. But let's check all these down here. I mean, are any of these red? Yeah, or yellow? And then the ones on the end, are they 100%? If all of these are 100%, I mean, this is the one on the end. This would be the one that would be bad on the end of the input. This is the end of the input here. This would be bad. 96. Yeah, so still a tiny little bit short. We're not quite there. This is really close. We're gonna check one last thing. I would let this run for like 2 hours. Power them off for 30 seconds to build supply. You could. The only downside for something like that is you better have a bunch of power storage with full batteries so that you can restart it. On a power station this big, you got to be careful disconnecting. But yeah, you could do that. The ones in the end go from 96 to 100. They will go to 100. I think they will too. Our middle friend that was causing a problem is right in here somewhere. Yeah, see, I mean, no, it's fine. It's fine. I would let, we've made so many changes. I would honestly let this roll for like 2 hours at this point if this were my factory, because like I said, everybody, myself included, underestimates how long liquid equilibrium takes in something like this. And somebody suggested turning off the fuel gens for like 2 minutes or something and allowing the pipes to fill up. You absolutely could do that. Absolutely could. It's a good idea. You better make sure that you have enough power to do that. And it would be easier if they were all on a light switch, right? So you could just turn them all off or disconnect disconnect it. By the way, I think our oil supply is good. They go back and forth. So if these aren't emptying, then you have enough oil supply. That's the other reason I like storages like this. I don't have to go back and track his oil supply. I know it's fine. These are full. So what could be the issue? I mean, you could try doing some oversupply, right? You have extra oil, right? So like, what if there's 3 pipes, right? What if we did this? What if we took, I don't have a power shard. There's no power shards in here, you. Got a sloop in there? Oh, you got a sloop. Oh, you don't have it unlocked. How are you living your life? You've got to unlock it. You've got to get your sloops unlocked. All right, what did we just fill up for a second? All right, max out these storages. Make sure that it isn't an underproduction. And then we'll do this one too. These three should cover it. Okay, in theory, we should have enough oil, right? Because we have that extra storage. Okay, and then now these would start to slowly fill up. Net of 50. I mean, this should still be 600, right? So this is another thing that I would try to do, right? Get these buffers full, and then you know, right? You know that these are being supplied enough that it's not a supply problem. It's a delivery problem between the storage and this right here, right? Because he's not 100, he's 96. Why is he not 96? Well, could there be knocking here? There could be. You know, we could loop this, but I haven't seen, it's not as widespread of an issue if the manifold isn't as big. And I do love how he's dropping in. This is my preferred way of supplying liquid to something, is dropping it in. Hey, how's it going? So all of these little things to try to figure out why this isn't at 100%. Like, it looks like it's doing fine. I wish I could reset this, like 97. It looks like it's fine most of the time, and then something bad happens and it causes a problem. Like when we're not looking, right? I mean, this stuff is common. I mean, you guys have probably been, you know, have had to deal with shit like this before. Yeah, so I mean, we're definitely getting 600 production out of this because we overclocked. And now these are packed full, right? These are jam packed. We're making more than 600 behind the line. Same thing's happening with this one. It can't fill up. This one, however, can. I bet you he's half full. Oh, he wasn't half full at all. Yeah, so I don't like this. I don't like this net. Could be backflowing here, maybe. Yellow, look at that. Well, actually, it's okay that this is yellow because he's overproducing. No, he's not. Not enough crude oil. He is on the end, and he's the guy overclocked. I chose the wrong one to overclock, to be fair. Remember, this is the 600, so I don't know. The only one that really matters if we overclock is this one. It's these first 2 rows. Actually, it's the first 3 rows. Is there an oil supply problem? Don't think so. I mean, this is a very massive manifold, you guys. There's a pretty easy fix for it. Make a loop this way. Make sure everybody gets fed. Even if it's just temporarily. Hype train on Twitch. Yeah, so yeah, I mean, I think this factory is very, very, very close to fixed. There are some funky things here. Killer Rain gave out 5 community gift subs. Thank you, man. I'm gonna get some shut-eye. Take care. All right, have a good night. So, situations like this, right? It's like a, you know, a limit approaching perfect. Right? You've got your graph. Okay, and if your green line is 100% perfection, okay, you're gonna get like this. Right? You're gonna come up here, and then I'm drawing a bad line, and then you're gonna get like this. All right, we're probably not quite at 100%. Okay, we're probably right there. And to get that last 1%, or 0.5%, would take me probably another 3 hours. Of little fiddling, but it's these kind of supply issues. Yeah, he's yellow. I don't like that. The heavy oil residue's backing up. Okay, actually, that's okay. Right, because we were trying to overproduce to make sure that we were getting our full 600 out of this. You could turn things off, allow things to refill. That's a possibility. Our end pipe here is just not getting what we want. There's a yellow. Compacted coal, a new problem, guys. Okay, now we're talking. We don't have enough compacted coal. I like this. This is good. This is a new problem. I see what you're doing. Priority mergers. I like it. All right, let's check the math. So remember, this is 42 times 30. I was about to stop, but we have something to check. We have a new problem. By the way, I want to talk about this, okay? This happens all the time, okay? Why haven't I checked this before now? Because we had plenty of coal. Okay, this happened to me, okay? I want to try to illustrate this using an example. When you're debugging something, any factory, okay? Think of perfection as a full bucket. Okay? Think of perfection as a full bucket of water. Silo of water, okay? But perfection has problems. A hole in your silo. All right? Your water can only get up to here. And then what happens? Well, it hits the hole and it runs out. Efficiency. Because of some problem. You fix the problem and you go, guys, that was it. Water starts filling up, and then what happens? Uh-oh, you had another problem. And it starts dumping here. Here's your new baseline. Here's your new max efficiency. Okay, yes, we have a compacted coal issue, but the compacted coal wasn't causing this problem. And there's no reason to go checking on the compacted coal back when you're here. Because you don't know if there's a problem. Fix the problem that you see. Fix the problem that you see first. What is yellow? What is red? What isn't filling? What is overfilling? Fix the problem that you see first. And then when you see it and you cut this out, okay, then you will get a new max efficiency, and then we can talk. Okay? Then you fix this one. And then guess what? We're gonna fix the coal, and maybe there's another one. Okay? And then another one, and another one, and another one. You just keep fixing them, okay? But you're gonna go in circles if you try to fix stuff that isn't actually the problem. Does that make sense? I hope that's making sense. Okay, this happened in my factory. Okay, in my power plant, which is way more complicated than this one. Okay, and then I've got people like Oki Sooner who says, Ken, you should check this. Ken, it's this right here. It's this, and he tells me for 4 hours, 12 hours. Okay, Ken, it's this thing up here. Okay, well, I'm working on problems way the hell down here. These have to get fixed. I don't know if this is wrong or not. Why spend a bunch of time checking something that may be wrong when I know those are wrong? Okay, so fix the problems that you know are wrong, and then, right, you'll get more and more efficient, and then that will reveal additional, more minor inefficiencies. And then guess what happened? Well, yeah, this was wrong. And then I got about to drop an F-bomb on Oki Sooner. And then I got freaking 3 months of I told you so, I was right, you never listened to me. The point wasn't whether or not this was a problem. The point is the order of operations. You have to fix the worst problems first. You have to. Okay, and then when your pipes start refilling and your manifolds start filling, okay, then you can check the other things. Okay, and maybe those problems are there too, but they're infinitely more hard to diagnose when your efficiency level is blocked down here. Does that make sense? The order of operations on how you debug these things are just as important as debugging them in the first place, because you'll never know if you fixed this hole until you fix this one anyway. All right, so fix the things that you know are wrong, and then they will reveal more problems to you, just like this has. Okay, so again, we did our math. 42 times 30, we need 1260. Okay, and then what are we making per? 25. Okay, so we're gonna have to. Here's a yellow. It's a sulfur supply. We need to double check the count anyway. Okay, but clearly the sulfur, it's this. We're not getting enough sulfur. Is there something easy we can fix here? Yes. Your priority merger's broken, my friend. Something's wrong. This is backing up. This sulfur is backing up. It shouldn't be. Fixed. That's all that was. Did you catch that? Did you guys catch this? This one was prioritized, so it was stealing out of this line, and this line was backing up. You just made an easy mistake. Easy mistake to make. Okay? Your priority merger was set this way, and it was prioritizing this, and it was stealing the sulfur from this line, while this line was backing up. I know why you put it here. There you go. That's it. Let's double check this one over here. Same problem. It's totally fine. I would priority, I actually would probably, I would go one step further, to be frank with you. I'd smart splitter this and overflow to the left. That's what I would do. I'd do the same thing here. That would be my solution. Yeah, you're gonna have the same problem with the coal. Yeah, you've set the coal ones wrong as well. It's just, we fell in a hole, guys. It's just that you ran it. I would do this. This is a more robust solution, in my opinion. One of them's just you were causing these to back up. That's all. It's an easy fix. Yeah, it's the same for the coal. Okay, now we're just a little bit better, a little bit more fixed, a little bit more efficient. Yeah, now our compacted coal was messed with, and we're manifolding. It takes time. Is this the end of the sulfur line? Yeah. This is probably not 100%. Oh, it is. But that wasn't 100. Let's check this one. That's good. That was 100. Yeah, this is the bad one. It's 100 now, though. So you're good. Just now you just gotta wait for it to manifold out. $104. Let's actually check the math. Let's make sure you're making enough. We fixed this, but let's check the math. 25. We have to check every one because you may have underclocked it. 2, 3. Wish there's a faster way to check these. 4. One of these should be overclocked. Or underclocked, sorry. 5. I'm just checking for underclocking. Do you remember underclocking any of these? By the way, guys, if I have to underclock something like this, I do it on the end so that I can always find it. I don't do it as a random one in the middle. What is going on here? There's your underclock, by the way. I found you. What is this? Where's the supply? Why is any of this backing up? Okay. So, not my favorite solution here. These are backing up and they have nowhere to go. All right, you've got a logistical issue here. Nothing's ever going to get kicked down to here. These will never fill up because these are backing up. You see? Yeah. Yeah, so how would we fix this easily? This is going to be kind of difficult to fix down here. I could do it one easily, right? But it's two of them that is the problem. No, it'd have to be a 3 to 4 balancer. We could make a 3 to 4 balancer. But not 3 to 3, because the problem is we have 3 inputs, but we have 4 outputs. And we need 2 of them. Is there a more elegant way, though? A 3 to 4 balancer isn't really that bad. But I'd have to make 2 of them, and I don't have the space. The 3 to 4 balancer is actually pretty easy. It's just bulky. All right. This is not my first choice, but come on. It's got a certain amount of elegance to it, don't you think? Ah, ha ha, ha 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 ha. And now we just have to do it. Same thing on the back end. Come on. Admit it. You're kind of impressed. So, it's just an overflow. When this one would have backed up, it gets pushed to there. And then we make sure that it accepts this one. Okay, and then this backs up and goes forward. That's still backing up though. This isn't perfect. This is actually still not perfect. I mean, really? It should be this. Okay. All right. I'm done patting myself on the back. What should it be? Shouldn't merge them here. You have to merge them after the fact. This isn't great. I would have done a 3 to 4 splitter personally. You have to merge it at the end of the line instead of doing like cascading mergers. You have to merge it at the end. You have to drop it off at the end. Does that make sense? Yeah, keep sending it to the next belt, except it's still backed up. The real solution, to be frank, is probably a 3x4 balancer. Right? What would that look like? Let's go ahead and do it right. Let's do it right. Let's... 1, 2, 3. I've built these before. Okay, so the belt goes in. This guy splits it in half. Okay, one goes here. He splits that in half and sends it up. He splits that one in half and sends it up. So we have one belt that gets turned into 4. And then you merge out the 4 back together, you know, on the end, across the tops. So it would be something like, nope, merger. I would blueprint these, by the way. These sectionals. One, two, three. Am I doing this right? Where's your extra one? 1, 2, 3, 4. I really am dying without my hover pack. I've become dependent on my hover pack. There's not enough space there to do this. Does this make sense? I've done this a bunch of times. You split your 3 belts into 4 pieces, and then you merge those 4 pieces with each other. Yeah. Yeah, that would work. And then you can do it that way. I don't know if that's the right solution for this. That's a little overkill for this. And then we'd have to do it twice because we have to do the damn both items. I don't like this either. This sucks. How would I fix this? How would we fix this? Okay. How about this? How about overflow smart splitter here and here, and then priority merger here and here. You come around like this, come around like this. This is better. Copy, paste. Okay. And then this doesn't really need to be a priority merger. This can be a regular merger. Be a regular merger. And then we do it again. And we do this again. But doing here, my friend? I don't like this pass through. I mean, the one that doesn't have an overflow is this middle one. But in order to get to it, I have to do... I mean, it's kind of ugly anyway. This one's fine, right? It's on the outside. Right? And so we can end run around the outside. It's this one here that, because there's no room to work, like kind of no matter what we do, it's kind of be a little bit oogly. how do I get to this belt, right? We could do... Actually, they can just go into this side here. Don't need that. Okay. All right, that way, anybody that backs up has an overflow. Every single belt has to have an overflow. He only had this, only this one had an overflow. Now our sulfur is going to back up because it's not balanced properly with the coal, but it will be. Does this make sense? This is better. Sorry, YouTube chat was bugged. I don't know how long it's been bugged. It's been bugged a little while. War Thunder Brit. Hello, I just started playing Satisfactory yesterday. Not that I don't like Satisfactory, but will you play more Megabonk? I feel like with Megabonk, it's not interesting to me anymore because I feel like I've beaten it. Minikin is here. Hi, Minikin. Both the sulfur and the coal are stuttering. Shard the machine? I don't see how sharding the machine would do anything. Does he have smart splitters? Yeah, I've been using smart splitters. Yeah. Sharding the machine would not fix it. All we need to do is fix the flow. And there's just an imbalance here because I hooked up the sulfur, and while I was talking, the sulfur was backfilling, but the coal was not. So we should be good here. None of this was getting what we needed. Yeah, see, we're manifolding correctly now. Is it time for mini golf? That's a different account. I don't know what account that is. That's not her main account. I don't think you need to mini golf that one. I mean, actually, definitely go ahead. Give me a bunch of gifted subs. Yeah, I think this is, we're doing a lot better. Yeah, interesting problem there. I would have done it differently there, but I think that we got to where we needed to go. Compacted coal is still the problem. Remember, I interrupted everything. I just had a horrible thought, you guys. Do we have a belt throughput issue? 30. 30 times 16. 480. So we're good. As long as we're getting a full belt. And we're not. Why are we not getting a full belt here? Wow, these are majorly yellow. What did I break? I broke something. I just straight up broke it. How did I break the coal? That's how. All right. Missed a belt. Missed a belt on the fix. Now we gotta wait for it to manifold again. Okie Sooner gifted 5 construction memberships. Ike and Amy Van Rensen, Bindery Fix It, Fly Old Guy, and Andy Sue, and Mission Reaper all gifted memberships by Okie Sooner. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Yeah, sorry, I missed the belt there, and that screwed up our whole manifolding system. Do I have coal in my inventory? I do. Let's pop this in at the end. Unfortunately, these kinds of fixes, they take time to manifold out. I'm pretty happy with this. Can we check the power graph? There's no reason to, because we're not producing the correct amount of turbo fuel because the compacted coal was broken. Right, and we still haven't manifolded out. There's actually compounding manifolds here. The first has to finish manifolding before the second can even start. It's because I broke it. None of these coal down here should be stuttering at all. You should all be smooth. Oh, you're wondering if it's better in your current save. I hear you. I mean, we can look, but because I had this sulfur and coal, it may be temporarily worse right now is my only. It could be worse than your save because the act of fixing it caused a more temporary inefficiency. 58, but it's down. right? It was higher. It was 58,980. And like I said, you know, we need time here. But I'm glad we found that. All right, Minikin, have a good night. Oh, I see you sent me a text. 1 second. My daughter is away from home. I just read your message. Okay, what's the problem here? Same problem? Oh no, heavy oil residue issues. Okay, now we're talking. Okay, this is a compacted coal issue. Yeah, this one isn't though. This is back to a fluid issue. It seems okay. 100% compacted coal. Almost. And I want to see this work. Hey, Xbox. I don't have any compacted coal on me. We could do... It wouldn't really help to do any kind of... overclocking. It would help if we had summer sloops unlocked, sir. We could speed this up. Actually, I think we're okay now, as long as there's no gaps in this. Do you prefer this way to make turbo fuel? No, I am debugging somebody else's factory. This is like my least favorite. I would never make turbo fuel this way. It's crumbling. What's crumbling? Your setup here, I actually like. This works here. Ooh, I don't like this. Still can't get the coal it needs, huh? Oh, the power grid is failing on your save? Yikes. At least nothing is... There's no holes and it's not stuttering. Alright, that's backing up. Okay, that's good. Okay. I think everything's okay. Summer sleeps? No, as a temporary to speed up. Well, first of all, you should have plenty of summer sleeps, first of all. Second of all, I'm just saying as a debugging tool to speed up manifolding. I wouldn't keep them there. I just pop them in real quick, get double output, and then take them out for like 2 minutes, right? And then take them out. Still not quite there. Where are we at here? 88. Once this hits 100, we should be good. Well, I know you have some power storage, right? So you should be good. Yeah, but he doesn't have unlocked, which is fine. Guys, do not neglect your alien tech. Do not neglect it. Okay, go get your alien tech. Go get all the things. All right, we're getting there. There we go. Barely. But see, here's what's gonna happen. We would have to run this for like another 2 hours to see if this heavy oil residue is gonna have a full bin. Okay? Because it wasn't being used, but it was being produced. Okay, so if we follow this back, there's gonna be a bunch of heavy oil residue in the bin, which actually is good, okay? But we don't know if it's for sure fixed, right? Because we have a bunch in the bin. Now we could dump the bin. Yeah, these are full. Well, one of them is. This is the one that wasn't getting the coal. So, yeah, I think this is all the major problems with this factory are fixed. Let's do a little review on it. I don't want to really like sit around for probably an hour to make sure that the manifold is working. It most likely is very, very, very close. Is there a bugged pipe somewhere? Maybe. Is there something not quite perfectly efficient? Perhaps. But I think the major points of this are all working. Is this backed up? No, we're out of oil. Okay, well, a new challenger has arrived. Who doesn't have the oil? Are one of you empty? We have a new problem to solve. Okay, so this is exactly what I was talking about before. Okay, the oil was over full. There is an oil supply problem. But until we fixed enough issues, right? Because we're filling up our efficiency. Okay, we fixed this one. We fixed this one. Well, now we got to another one that we didn't see because the other ones weren't working. But now we can see we don't have the oil. Okay, we do not have the oil. So we have to track it down. Now, how much oil should we need in this pipe? Okay, how much oil do we need in this pipe? I know where this one goes. I think this one's going to be that row and that row. 10 times. It needs to be 600. 30 times 20. Needs to be 600. I still use manifolds, and they 100% have their place. But for a while now, I do as much load balancing as possible. Makes life easy and factory look better with them. Yeah, it just depends. I think that one's a hammer and one's a screwdriver. You would never say, "Oh, I never use a screwdriver," right? I think sometimes you need a hammer, sometimes you need a screwdriver. Yeah, that's how I look at it. I don't get these like manifold or load balance maximalists. Yeah, this needs to be 600. Because of the overclocking. We fixed one mistake. And it required more oil than was calculated initially. What in the ass? Bro. No. No. No, you don't get, no. No. Get that shit out of here. Now, this will work as a one-way, and we'll make sure that this is full. Yeah, no. Both of these need to be full. Just make full pipes. Limiting like that, the valves don't work. They're broken. Here's 300. 300 in this pipe. $150. So he's $150 short. Yeah, I mean, you're gonna have to run more oil. There's more oil over here. You just got to run another pipe. I know where this is going. There's more oil over here, right? No, it's okay. You forgot it was even there. I have so much of that in my factories. Yeah, so I mean, obviously you can't. So what happened was that there was just a math error. Okay, and it happens. Okay, we make math errors, and for the amount of fuel generators that he was trying to make, he was making too little heavy oil residue. But then he did the correct math from that too little heavy oil residue to the correct amount of oil for the too little heavy oil residue. Then I fixed the heavy oil residue amount. Okay. But that means that now he needs more oil. You know, the other solution is you take some fuel generators offline. Could have done that, right? But I mean, we're low on oil here, right? So that's gonna be the source of your next issue. Pretty sure you scooped it all. Well, you didn't scoop it all on the map. Okay, there's more oil on the map. Okay, there's more over there. You know, there's more, right? There's some right here. There's some right here. Okay, you just pipe that over, backfill. But I think I know what you're saying. You're saying you scooped all of this, which is probably which I'm sure you did. Let's do satisfactory map. Okay, you probably scooped these over here. That's 600. Yeah, that's where that one was running. You're gonna have to run these to backfill. This is another 600. Right, 150. The 2 3s right here. Run one pipe over, backfill all the rest. Yeah, in that section. I figured that's what you meant. Yeah. Yep, just pick these up, run one pipe in, and you should be good. Okay? All right, so let's walk through what we fixed. Okay, we've done a lot. We took our time. I've been doing this for 3.5 hours. We went down some red herrings a little bit, but let's talk about what we fixed. I'm seeing 3 main problems, and then we'll say 2 little ones. Okay. Main problem number 1, and I think the most egregious, right? Or if we go back to my example here, the problem that caused the first leak, right? So this is the first problem. This is, you know, this one here, he's a problem, but we don't know yet because this one's causing the breakdown, right? And then we had this one. Okay, so this first one I would say was the miscalculation on how much heavy oil residue was needed in order to fully to make the full amount of turbo fuel for your generators. Okay, you were missing 25 in 2 different lines, so 50 total. Okay, we fixed that by overclocking, or actually undoing some underclocking. Okay, in these. Okay, these were at 75% all along this front row. We changed them to 100%, and that gave us an extra 25 in this pipe. Over here, we did something similar right here. Actually, I'm overproducing this. I was doing that for illustrative purposes. Yep. This should be 75. I'm undoing my temporary. I was just kind of trying to make sure that the pipes got filled by overproducing for a little bit. Same thing here. So over here, we didn't, we instead of 10 being 50%, we did 575% and 550%. That gave us an extra 25 in this pipe. Okay, so that was the first fix. An extra 25 heavy oil residue here, an extra 25 heavy oil residue here. All right, that is this guy. Okay. Big fix number 2, I would say, is the sulfur and coal logistics feeding this. Okay, there were some feed lines that were not at that did not have overflows, did not have smart splitters. Okay, I added this set of smart splitters here, boom boom, and this set of smart splitters here, boom boom, and then I remerged the overflows of each of those down to the end of this line so that this got feed, because he, down here at the end, he was getting nothing. He was getting 0. Okay, these were all yellow, totally broken. All right, that we didn't know that was a problem because, you know, we had to fix this other problem first. So that's right here. This is the compacted coal problem. And then here, this, I think, equally a problem, okay? Is knocking at... no, actually, the knocking is a minor problem. Sorry. I'll talk about this knocking up here shortly. This last major problem is because we fixed the heavy oil residue and because we fixed the coal, it illustrated that we were running out of oil. We had now not enough oil. We're short by, I think, like 75 oil per minute or something, which isn't that much, right? But it's enough. And so that's our 3 major problems. 2 minor problems, okay? Both having to do with knocking. And I believe that in when you are manifolding this many liquid fuel generators, you need to have a loop at the end, okay, to make sure that everybody's getting what they need. Now, I'm not 100% sure that this needs this necessarily, because we have those other problems that haven't resolved themselves. We ran out of oil. We haven't fixed that, right? And so maybe we're just not getting enough turbo fuel. Well, we're for sure not. Okay, and maybe this works without this, but in my experience, okay, I always put these in for liquid fuel, either regular fuel or turbo fuel, into these long ass manifolds. Now, this is one of the advantages of rocket fuel. It's a gas. You don't need this bull crap. The gas just works. It just works. Okay, so this is minor problem number 2. Maybe it works without fixing it, maybe it doesn't, but I personally would suggest you fixing this way. Minor problem, sorry, that was minor problem number 1. Minor problem number 2 is kind of the reverse. He had put in some anti-knocking measures where I don't think they're necessary. Okay, he had some loops over here where they are, I think, unnecessary. He had a loop like here that I deleted. That's the leftover of a loop. There was a bunch of loops here that on the production side of things that are potential problem causers. They can cause backflow issues. And it's just, here's one too. Here's a leftover loop pipe. I just deleted the connections to it, but it was like plugged in like that. Okay, I don't think that you're gonna have this kind of a knocking problem on production side. You're going to have it on the consumption side on long ass manifolds. Okay, so those are the two minor fixes. So 5 fixes total. Miscalculation on the amount of heavy oil residue that we needed. A logistical issue with the sulfur and coal down there, making sure that it got fed. And then once you fix the heavy oil residue input, that causes a lack of oil input, right? That therefore needs to be fixed. I actually didn't go fix that because that's kind of a big deal. And I don't want to do that tonight. Those are the 3 majors, 2 minors. There were some extra loops here that I don't particularly like, and I think it'd be cleaner without them and more likely to work. And then the looping up at the fuel manifolds. Those are the 5s that I would say. They were in a previous revision of the factory though, so I preemptively added them without seeing if it was the right move. Oh, those knocking loops. Gotcha. They were your attempt at factory debugging, probably, in my opinion, not helping and maybe hurting. It's 100% always a good idea to have your generators feed from a pipe above the intake level. This is the most important thing for a good gen setup because it eliminates any slurping. We talked about that too, Tier Harvester. Yeah, we talked about how when you set your pipes up, it's a better idea to set them up something like this, right? So you're feeding down into, right? Your turbo fuel is running this way, like through the screen, and then they drop down into your fuel gens here, right? As opposed to the way his setup is, which is like it's even, and you can get your fuel kind of go in and come back out and cause issues. Okay. I do mine this way as well. I do mine this way. Is it 100% necessary at all times? I don't know. But I seem to have much less issues when I do it that way. Managed to save your grid? Good. So there you go. Those are my takeaways from this. This was my first fix your. I'm gonna go ahead and save this. Kin fixed me mostly, kinda, maybe. Okay, so this is my first time doing this. It was a little kind of new for me, probably a little sloppy. But I'll get better at kind of doing these. I probably could have done this in 2 hours and it took me almost 4. Same with water for aluminum. Yeah, I've done that too. Yeah, I think this was fun. I'm gonna put this into an edited episode, and I might cut out some. I do a little editing here and there. If you guys like this, either in the live stream or if you're watching this as an edited kind of fix my factory episode, let me know what you guys think. If you like it, like the video, because I'll do more of these, and I want these to be viewers' factories, right? The time is coming, as I mentioned when I first started this, where I will not always have 1,000 hours saved for me to work on, and I don't necessarily want to commit to starting a new 1,000-hour save if I want to play Factorio or Ashes of Creation for a year or something. But it doesn't mean I want to abandon Satisfactory. So I think a series where I take other viewers' save files and go through them and fix them like this, or Perhaps also there was another idea, pimp my factory instead of fix my factory, and I would go through and maybe make some cosmetic adjustments. That one's a little bit more, I'm less certain I'll be able to do well with that. These fix my factory episodes is what we'll start with. So yeah, this is a viewer's factory. Yep. And then if you want, I have another save file ready. I might look at it next week or maybe in 2 weeks to fix. But if anybody's watching this and you have a problem with a factory like this you want me to take a look at, let us know in the Discord. Killer Rain, who is my mod on Twitch, is kind of managing that, and he can kind of accept your save file. It gives me a little bit of a buffer protection because I don't want anybody giving me a virus or some stupid shit. So he's helping me out with that, making sure that nothing weird happens. So yeah, if you guys want to be a part of that, just message me or just tag me or Killer Rain in the Discord, and we'll do it. Messing around in people's save files is a great idea. I know that people love the debugging. When I debug my own factories, I think that people have told me that they really enjoy that. I need to clean up my process a little bit. I was a little bit slow today, but yeah, I think it went well, and I think we vastly improved the state of this factory. Is it for sure 100% efficient? I'm not sure about that, but we won't really know until that extra oil gets added and a good 1 to 2 hours of work. What did I think? So I talked about it earlier. I do not like the recipes used here. I think these are very inefficient. I think that it's important when you go to the length and the effort of this big of a factory that you really need to use some of the better, and I don't mean you, I mean the plural you. I think that that everybody should use better recipes, the alternate recipes. Now, if you want to throw together something temporary using these, get yourself some oil, get yourself some power to get through a crunch, get yourself some plastic and some rubber. Absolutely, right? But if you're going to take the time to go through and put nice looking windows and awesome looking lights and the general factory layout, I like it, right? I like it's out on the ocean. All that stuff is awesome. So the vast majority of this factory I really do like. I'm just nitpicking a little bit on the recipes used because this is essentially the worst recipes that you could have chosen. These are the most inefficient in the game. My favorite is heavy oil residue plus diluted packaged fuel or diluted fuel. Okay, that's my favorite go-to for regular fuel and turbo fuel and rocket fuel. Okay, so using a combination of the alternate recipe heavy oil residue and the alternate recipe either packaged diluted fuel if you are still in phase 3, or if you're in phase 4, diluted fuel with the blender. Those are that's the best combo. Okay, and if you're doing anything other than that, you're really taking it on the chin in terms of efficiency on your oil. Okay, so just things to think about, and you can watch my save how I did this thing or that thing, and that's how I set up my stuff. If you need to go and do, one last thing, he mentioned his hard drives. He was having a problem finding the right hard drive recipes. He has no hard drives saved. This is why he couldn't find them. Okay, do not choose a recipe. Okay, if you open a hard drive and neither choice is what you're looking for, then refresh it one time. And then if both of those aren't what you're looking for, do not choose it. They start to store up. Okay, right here. You'll see that choice. Okay, and then you do another one and another one and another one. All right, and then you'll have all of these researched hard drives, but you won't have chosen between bad choice A and bad choice B. What that does is it removes both choices out of the pool of possible roles that you get on the next one. If you choose one, then that only pulls one out of the possible role. There's no reason to choose alternate recipes that you're not going to use. Let them sit here and remove them from the table of possible roles that you're going to get. And if you do that, you're twice as likely, you'll get it on average twice as fast to find what you're looking for. Okay? And it's way better than spending all this time on a factory that you aren't happy with or isn't as efficient as it could be because you gave up trying to find that alternate recipe. All right, so use that alternate recipe trick, and then keep finding your summer sloops and your Mercer spheres and your hard drives until you have what you need. All right, so that's what I would say. CubeWave, number one, you knew I was gonna take this, rip it apart. It takes a lot of courage to take something that you have made, and there's not like thousands of people watching, but there's almost 100 people watching, and there's gonna be quite a few people probably watching the video, right? It's scary to have somebody look at what you've made and find the flaws, right? And I really appreciate you doing that. It takes some bravery to put yourself out there like that. So I appreciate that. And this was a great first one, right? You had some fun little, there was just a straight up math error, okay, which happens. We got to talk about different recipes. We got to find a logistics error as well. And then there's a supply error, right? So a good mix of things to fix for us. And the factory in general is very cool. This is definitely not just a metal box, okay? I like, almost got hit. I like this out here out in the ocean here like this. It's really cool. I would make a suggestion. I try to get out of phase 3 as fast as possible. Phase 3 sucks to build large factories in. Okay, you don't have your Mark V belts, you don't have your hover pack, okay, you don't have your blender. All right, in general, when I'm playing Satisfactory, I wouldn't build a very, very large permanent factory where you've spent a lot of time on cosmetics, unless you are already in phase 5, because phase 4, because you can get Mark V belts and the hover pack. Honestly, it's a quality of life thing. All of this belting is easier with a Mark V belt. You have way less of it to do. It is so much easier with a Mark V belt, right? And of course, the hover pack just makes life so much easier. Okay, so those are my suggestions. You think Buddy's factory looks sick? Yeah, no, I do. I like the red. There's maybe a little bit of lack of light in the center here. I've had a light on this entire time. Like, this is cool, but like we're missing some light over here, right? In some aspects, right? So probably in the middle of the factory, you need something to lighten up in here. I personally found it very cumbersome to try to check each one of these. It's why I always put catwalks, so that I can just run across the catwalks and check. So think about something like that. But yeah, dude, this is good. You can definitely put some lights down here. That's a little tight right there. It leaves you very little room to work, right? So I would give yourself a little bit more vertical space in general, but I do like this kind of 2-layered approach. I think it's cool. So lots of cool stuff. You know, you definitely have some room to make things better, but we all do. It's got some cool designs on it at the base, like outside on the ground. Let's take a last little look. Light that roof up too. Yeah, you could light the roof up for sure. Yeah, I did see this. I do like the extra organization that you did here. I like your pillars. Okay, I mean, that's very cool as well. I like the non-standard shape, right? Like, that's cool. And it's cool when you look at it from far away, right? I mean, anything better than a box. I like this stuff out here. I like that. I would do a little bit more up here, perhaps, because you can kind of just see the display signs. I think down here you've really hit something that looks really cool. Up there, it feels not as on purpose or finished. This feels unfinished to me, whereas this down here, I like this a lot. This looks finished, and this looks really good. And then I like your pillars that you've got here as well. So, yeah, man, very good, very successful. No, on the skyscraper on the right. Out here? Or do you mean this guy that you're working on? What do you think of the skyscraper to the next of it? This one or something else? I mean, you're gonna have an awesome looking save, right? You know, I see you've got big plans. You've got a lot of work ahead of you. Yeah, that one. Yeah, this is gonna be your Mercury City Tower, right? Like the one that I'm making in my save. Yeah. Definitely share pictures in the Discord when you get this save kind of nailed down. You came in right at the end. Yeah, James boy, we did a bunch of debugging. I think I probably found the vast majority of his issues, and if he has remaining issues, it needs to like sit for like a good 2 hours and settle, and then you know you would need to reevaluate at that point. No, that's Skyrock. Yeah, I'm not sure here. You said there was another skyscraper. Mercury's out front. I thought you said you were gonna delete that one. Or oh, it's not. You're not building another Mercury. I got you. I got you. There's nothing over here, right? I deleted this, by the way, not him. Yeah, nothing else over there. All right. Very cool. I'm gonna say this again. Yeah. It's a Discord member. It's Canned. Canned. Canned bread. You're gonna rebuild Mercury. Got it. Yeah, it's canned bread on the Discord. Yeah, it looks familiar for sure. All right. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna switch over to. We're about halfway done with the live stream for tonight. I'm gonna switch over to my Cyberpunk City build, but I do need to just run to the restroom. So let's get this loading, and then we have some hookups to do. Okay. So let me run right now while this loads. I'll be right back, you guys, and we're gonna start on my playthrough. Oh my gosh, we're not even loaded yet. Tier Harvester, you haven't seen my factory in almost a month. Probably not as much as you think. I'm still working on the Phase 4 space elevator part buildings. But we are approaching being able to turn this on. I mean, not tonight, not this week, not tomorrow. But we have a lot of hookups in, a lot. Okay, so all the machines are in for all 4 buildings. All the hookups are done for everything that isn't particle accelerator related. And then half of the particle accelerators are in. Okay, this is the hookups that we did here for this building. Okay, we have 2. We're going to be working on this tonight. Okay, 2 of them are done. 2 of them have yet to be done. So we're going to be working on that. And it's just dealing with 3 things: the 2 inputs and the output. 2 inputs, output, right? Where are we sourcing the 2 inputs? Where are we sending the output? And then every building has 6 particle accelerators. Okay, if we run out here and look, right? Every building has 6 particle accelerators. All right. And so we're just doing the hookups for all 24. Thanks for your time, and I'm happy that you got content out of it. You're welcome, CubeWave, and I appreciate you, like I said, putting yourself out there. Ken, does your wife know about your late night hookups? She does. She encourages it, actually. So that is what we're working on. Now, what I want to do is kind of remember, we were doing this 2 nights ago, I think. I kind of want to take a second and review what we did. I think the key is starting on the bottom right and then coming straight up and measuring, and then doing the same thing from center twice. By the way, let's fix our light there. That's better, right? So from center, come over here. I think it's like, 26, right? So then we would come over here and 26. Okay, and so in theory, these 3 are the same space as these 3, and then we match these 3, and so on and so forth, and that's how we progress up from the bottom to the middle to the top. Okay, and then these are our 3 belts going from the right side to the left side, and then we have the inputs over here, and then the outputs over there. And there's 2 outputs because we are continuing the hold on. There we go. The pressure conversion cubes are one long ass manifold. All 24 of these particle accelerators only need 10 pressure conversion cubes to run. Okay. So what is 0.417 times 24? 10. Right. So we only have 10 per minute pressure conversion cubes. So it is the longest ass manifold ever. This manifold belt, it's one manifold belt that originates in one of the purple buildings. I think this one, and it goes up and it feeds 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, goes down in here, comes up, feeds this 6, and then repeats the process. Comes up, feeds those, down, up, feeds those, right? Longest ass manifold ever. It's gonna take forever to get fully up to speed. 10 per minute, like it's gonna take a long time. And then backfill, it's gonna be a while, which is fine. We have time. It's not a big deal. We have plenty of stuff to do. We'll be good. All right. So yeah, that's the hookups we're doing right now. Right, and these get exposed out the top. Okay. All right, just making sure I haven't missed any chat. Where did we leave our intrepid heroes? Coming down here. This is, the other thing we have to keep in mind is that the teal tower makes each teal tower, and there's 2 of them, make enough copper powder for 2 towers worth of particle accelerators. Its own particle accelerators, right? Because we're making copper powder here, and this has 6. And then the neighboring purple tower, clockwise. Okay, and so if we come down here, are you backfilling that feed line for cubes now? No, because I don't have any of the raw inputs. The raw inputs are the last thing I'm gonna do. Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but I want to just kind of turn this all on together. Now, what I might do is backfill fluids. Okay, I might get all my water working first. I probably will. I think it's water and nitrogen, right? I'll make sure that the water and the nitrogen are in, right? Because I'll probably do that, but the rest of it, nah. So yeah, if you look here, this is a straight split of the copper powder that's going to come out of here. Half goes there, half goes there. And then these 2 columns are mirror images of these 2 columns. And so they all just make it so that the final input of copper powder here is exactly the same as the copper powder there. This input goes up and feeds the 6 up there. This input goes up and is going to get moved to the purple tower and feed that set of 6. I actually do have some pressure conversion cubes somewhere. A 37. That's nuclear pasta. Pasta. Where's my pressure conversion cubes? 41. I mean, that's nothing. Could I drop those in? Sure, I'll drop those in. Am I going to spend a bunch of time pre-making those? I don't think so. I don't. I mean, we could. I guess we could. Right? I mean, what do? Make them with a blender? An assembler, actually. Right? We could. Oh, come on, just build, sucker. Whatever. We'll check it in a second. So anyway, our copper powder comes up here. Oh, we have to put in. There's something not done here. Let's do it right now. Okay, let's finish off that other thing. I'm getting distracted on distracted, which is par for the course. So, I mean, we're making fused modular frame. We could. I mean, we could. The copper powder is more like, it's not really manifolded in the same way. The copper powder is almost like it's load balanced. You don't have to do the same thing with the copper powder. There's those pressure conversion cubes. They're right here. It's not a bad idea. Even temporary stuff, I can't help it. Let's do... Son of a bitch. All right, well, you suck. Be fine. Don't worry about it. Fuse modular frames and radio control units. And what we can... I just reconnected. I cut out there for a second. All right, it's very late. Have a good night, Cube Wave. Sorry, guys, I cut out, but I'm back. There we go. And then we'll come back, because we're making so much of that. We could just drop this in, pre-make this a little bit, and then we can take up all of our stacks and actually, you know, kind of drop them in here when the time comes and, you know, force feed. So I just decided to make them here because this is where I'll drop them in, right? Or I could even do like a merge here, you know, and then drop this in, right? In fact, just do that. Okay. And then, like I said, we'll stop by and oh, excuse me. You know, every time we're in the tower, we'll reload. I hate to ask another question, but why the lifters for the bus? Can you not get enough out of angle on belts? Why the lifters for the bus? Why the lifters for the bus? I'm not sure what you're asking. I try to get through my communication issue. All right. A lot of these need fixing. I didn't start doing this change till later. The end of the line doesn't need a another merger or splitter or whatever. You can just end, and it looks cleaner. Okay. Let's continue. Yeah, it's this other factory, this other building. Let's look, because I think we've got a missing catwalk that we have to fix. All right, so what are we looking at here? It looks like we're going from the front of the lift out 8 meters, okay? front of the lift, out 8 meters, right against the bottom. And then up, up, up we go. All right. So we need to do the same thing for that one. But let's just go over to the other tower and put that in. Okay. There's the 8. Oh, where's middle on this? Right there. I think it's the connection from building to building. You have a bunch of lifters in series. We have a long staircase. Oh, right here. Yeah, no, you can't do a 45 degree. You want to see some crazy shit that I figured out while trying to do this? You cannot get a belt at 45 degrees. Can't do it. I tried for hours. Yeah, nope. The only way to do a true 45 degree angle is a series of lifts like this. Not in an unmodded save. It will not connect at 45 degrees. We did some crazy shit though. Check this out. Ready to have your mind blown? Won't connect. That'll connect. Oh, you ain't seen nothing. All right, everybody listen. Brace yourself. It's gonna be okay. All right? It's gonna be okay. What should I use? Snowballs. Plus, this isn't 45 degrees. It's still not 45 degrees. All right, do you know what this means? It means they're cheating in the code, which is fine. Okay? Here's what's actually happening. When you use a lift, the items come in and then they move through and they come out. Okay? But this part, the sliding items aren't the actual items. They don't track. They just go vertical. It's two separate things. Right? The item is entering and exiting at the correct spot. The actual item is exiting and entering correctly. But this is just a visual artifact for our benefit to connect the entry and exit points. Because never in a million years did they think that somebody like me would figure out how to angle the damn lifts. Yeah, it makes sense. A lot of stuff in the game is like that, and that's fine. I have no problems with it. They're trying to make an efficient game so that I can build thousands of these mother effers. And if this is how they've come up with to solve that problem, I have no problems with that. But there are consequences. This is how I was able to get this angle. By the way, we cannot do a more extreme angle. It won't let us. I've experimented with this. There's no way to get a belt or a conveyor at 45 degrees. You can't do it. Not unmodded. This is what I did. When you try to go to 45 degrees like this, you can't connect the belts. The belts just won't connect. I don't know. Maybe there's a way. I couldn't figure out how to do it. Does that make us archaeologists? I don't know. I gave up on it. I spent a couple hours back when I first designed these on trying to get a belt at 45 degrees. I had viewers telling me, oh no, I can do it. I can do it. I can do it. Just do this. Just do that. And I tested it and it's not 45 degrees. And if it's not 45 degrees, it doesn't look good. It can't be close enough. It's too steep for a regular belt, and it's not steep enough for a vertical. That opens up like a ton of cool item lifts. Well, yeah, as long as you're okay with the items disappearing in midair. Can an official game breaker? Well, you know, I'm no let's game it out, but you know, we all have our strengths and weaknesses. Okay, so to me, this was my solution. Okay, and I'm happy with it. I think it's fine. Would I have preferred something else? Well, sure, but it's okay. We tried. You could build around them though to make the floating items look correct. Yeah, but it still doesn't. I mean, maybe you could do some stuff. You could come up with some, like, you know, like a wall of movement if you hid the lifts behind the wall. You could have liftless items moving up a wall as long as the angled lift was behind that wall. You could do something like that, sure. You would need big walls. Yeah, you need them tall and you need them wide to hide it. You could do something though. We need to mark these. Bro, I haven't been marking them? Come on, bro. Ken, what are you doing? You know better than to make this mistake. Magnets, how do they work? I don't think there's anything here. Let me copy that though. Oh, actually, there is something there. That's going to be the pasta. Maybe. Haven't decided. I may only have pasta pickups in 2 locations. Can we stop with sucking, please? Okay. Or downwards to make it look like items sliding into a hopper. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, there's definitely some applications of that discovery that I haven't fully wrapped my mind around. And anybody who's watching me, you're more than welcome to take your shot. But you know, you have to give me full credit and, you know, 7.5% of any money that you make. Guys, so much of my brain power went to fixing that factory. I don't know how much I got. We gotta soldier on. I'll get into the rhythm here. Stretch. That counts, right? Why do we park on a driveway and drive on a parkway? Okay, Mikey. What a Mikey thing to say. How very Mikey of you. He says, I'll allow it. Let's run it up, baby. I like this. Has anybody watched the new Frankenstein movie? Either in theater or on the Netflix. Move it, we could see it better. I like that. Yeah, Benicio del Toro. Not Benicio del Toro. Oh, what's his I feel I feel stupid. What's his name? I almost said Guillermo del Toro. Guillermo del Toro. Benicio del Toro is somebody else. Yeah, I heard it's pretty good. I was thinking of watching it. When Minikin gets back from her trip. Alright, this works. Which one's which though? It doesn't matter. Yes, it does. Yeah, right here is good. Dang it. All right. Okay. I think actually, I think I did this over on the other sides. Now that it's coming back to me. All right. All right, let's do the power first, because once I put the belts in, it's a lot harder to, you know, get to these. All right. So, got a little bit of a story for you guys. there was some major well, actually a culmination of major drama at my work today. Ray, are you listening? Paging Ray. Can we get a page for Ray? I know Luna went to bed, but I'm wondering if Okisuna or Ray are still around, so I can tell my story, and I can tell my story a little bit. I'll probably end up talking about this tomorrow night as well. But yeah, we had some major drama. I work for a small company. We're very specialized. We do very specific consulting work. And it's a professional consulting company. And my bosses are old school. You gotta wear a tie. We charge by the hour, right? I mean, you know, it's professional, boys. Oh, we don't have to switch sides for this one. And girls. There are people that have been working there for 30 years. I've been working there for 11. It's a great place to work. Is it perfect? No, but I wouldn't want to work for anybody else besides myself, or this place. My bosses are great, always taking care of me. They don't micromanage. They give me freedom. I do my work, they pay me, they leave me alone. Right? It's great. Okay. It's allowed me to do things like have this channel, because I don't have to work. I don't have to come in on Saturday. I don't have to do extra stuff. Right now, if there's an emergency, I'm salaried. Will I handle it? Yes, but that's rare. I mean, maybe 4 hours of emergency time outside of normal work hours a year. Not a big deal. Okay, if that, probably less than that. So, all this to say, I have a good job. You know, if I ever quit, it'll either be because I retired or because I go into business for myself. That would be it. It came to my attention that somebody in my office was feeling very uncomfortable and feeling harassed by somebody else. Not good. She didn't feel like she could handle it. You know, she didn't want to be the person she's too nice. Not like sexually harassed or anything like that. Nothing bad, just too many texts, too much negativity, from this newer hire, this other girl, both girls, neither of them were guys. Not that it matters, but it does. Like, we know it does. She texts her all the time, very negative about the job, very negative about our bosses. Not good stuff. right? It came, I found out about this 2 or 3 weeks ago while I was on my work trip. There may have been alcohol involved, but I was informed that this person who's been around for like 8 years, very good worker, but shy and maybe not as practiced at sticking up for herself as she could be, was feeling like, she didn't want to have this person sending her all this negative stuff and, just being a pain in the ass and causing problems. She's not the only one that was getting, kind of a lot of texts and complaining and stuff. Well, the person doing all the complaining, I find out, was trying to convince the newer people, like the brand new people that just got hired. One of them is on my team, that our company sucks and he should quit or whatever. And I took that personal because I like him. He works hard. He's smart. And plus all of the other negative stuff. And so I went up the chain of command in our very small company and told some people what was going on. This was like 3 weeks ago. Well, it kind of, the wheels of justice churn slowly. And the person who was feeling uncomfortable was asked to provide some text messages, some, proof of, by the way, this girl sent so many text messages. I mean, she's been working there for like 2 years, right? Like hundreds, maybe thousands of text messages in 2 years to this other person that was feeling uncomfortable, let's say. Harassed is a loaded word. Uncomfortable. And it took a while, but the texts were furnished today. My bosses do not fire people. Sometimes I wish they would fire people faster. They just don't. It takes a lot. Like, it takes a big problem, right? Well, 15 minutes after seeing these texts, that 7 examples of these texts that had been going on, she was let go. Not good stuff. Lots and lots of just not good stuff. And all the more reason, and I encourage my coworker who needs more practice sticking up for herself. And she feels bad that she, got somebody fired, right? She doesn't want to do that. But really, this person got herself fired. There were lots of bad things said. Like, a lot. Are we splitting? We are. I turned these around the wrong way. And these are smart splitters. We need regular splitters. And don't put it in writing. Like, how stupid do you have to be? Like, if you're going to complain about your coworkers and call them and your bosses and your job and call them terrible names, like F and B, and like call them fat, and like, it wasn't me. She could have, though. She would have had a point. She didn't call me fat. Luckily I didn't work with her very much. It was kind of on the other side of the office, if you will. Don't put it in texts. Like, what are you doing? like so dumb. So dumb. So, yeah. And then, you know, there were threats to, like, before, not today, but before, there were threats to, you know, like, sue for wrongful termination. And like, I think the term, if you ever heard the term quiet quitting, which is basically you stop doing work and wait for your employee to fire you and you milk the system as long as you can. I think some version of that was happening. So, and I like my job. I like my coworkers, most of them, right? I don't want anybody at my job to feel uncomfortable and to feel like they can't, like, and to feel like negativity, right? And I'm like, I'm not management, but like, I'm pretty much, I may be as high as you can possibly get in my company at 11 years without technically being management. I'm a very senior consultant, and I'm in charge of I'm sort of officially, unofficially in charge of an entire division, right? I've got, and by the way, when I say entire division, I mean like 3 people, right? It's a tiny company. But you know, I don't want anybody to, like, I like my job and I don't like people threatening it. It pisses me off. And so, yeah, I have no problems with what I did, essentially, which is pull the levers and push the buttons that informed my bosses what was going on that they didn't know about. You know, because she felt comfortable enough to tell me, and I talked to her. I said, look, you're telling me this stuff. I need to tell the higher ups. Like, I don't like hearing this, and you know, is that okay? That's not right. We're off by 1. And she said that it was. And I said, you're going to get a call and they're going to ask you to, you know, show like what's been happening. And she's like, that's fine. So she knew what was going on. And I think she knew when she told me what I was going to do about it. I think it was like, you know, I hope in the future that she feels comfortable enough to say to the bosses her problems without having to come to me. Like, I do hope that happens, but I was still happy to be the middleman in this case. But it's just like, I don't understand. This person spent so much energy, like, oh, by the way, we're going to get like bad talked on like LinkedIn and Glassdoor and all this stuff, but whatever. You know, for me, yeah, sometimes the right thing is difficult. For her, yeah, my friend who was feeling uncomfortable, right? She really, truly needed to say something sooner, you know? And she shouldn't have to. The problem is, it's such a small company, right? And you are, what are we doing here? Yes. You know, and she didn't want to be responsible for somebody losing their job. I mean, that sucks. You know, the economy is like, the job market is not great right now. Nobody wants to do that, but she shouldn't really have a choice. And it's the boss's prerogative, right? Because he's got a liability issue on his hands. It's one thing if he has an employee that feels uncomfortable being at work and he doesn't know about it. But it's something else entirely if he gets informed that this person is, one of his employees is not feeling comfortable at all. And then what if something happened? Like, what if something got worse, right? And he didn't do anything about it. Like, that would suck. Suck for everybody. And so from a liability standpoint, he needs to know what's going on. I got to move these in closer. And there's all these threats, like, just lots of like crappy things, like stupid stuff that, like, I don't know, by themselves isn't really all that big of a deal. The biggest problem is I think the name calling of your coworkers and like the profanity. Like I said, my guys are like, my bosses are super old school, like suit and tie. Although they've loosened up post-COVID for sure. Suit and tie with a client, absolutely. And they are very, in their eyes, profanity and like being vulgar, right, is like the most unprofessional thing that you could possibly do. And so, saying that kind of stuff about your coworkers and like, it's a big deal. The making people feel uncomfortable besides the fact. Come on. There we go. We can't really fit that, huh? Could I? If I could bring this in. Let's work backwards. Anyway, it sucks, right? Because then, like, I have to, like, I don't want anybody to get fired either. Like, there was an additional problem. She wasn't particularly good at her job. Which sucks. Let's do this. That doesn't help, right? Like, you can't be you can't be bad at your job and a jerk. Maybe one or the other, maybe, but not both. So anyway, the whole thing is suck. It's drama. Nobody wants that. Like, just go to work, do your job. I can't understand how some of these people have so much time. Like, I don't know. Maybe it's because I got a family. But I don't got time for that crap, man. So much energy. Okay, is this gonna work? I'm trying to make this really nice and balanced. Is that poking out? If that's not poking out, that we may have it finally. Yeah, I don't know, man. Ooh, it's poking out a little. let's not worry about it. Let's not do 2 spaces. Let's just do 1 and we'll call it good. All right, we can handle that. You know, it's like, I'm worried about I'm thinking about I mean, she needs a hobby or like a second job or something. I'm working on my channel, or I'm editing, or I'm spending precious time with my family, my wife. I mean, you know, I'm talking to my kids, I'm spending time with them. Like, dude, I don't. You get some friends or something. Like, working is for work. Like, I don't know. Just freaking shut up and do your job. Get paid, collect your check. It's hard enough to get a job. So much energy. God. Blows me away. I think we finally got something I'm happy with here. All right, who gets what? What is the shenanigans here? You know, and then there's a bunch of people that had no idea what was going on, right? And I don't want it on the half nudge. We'll go here. All right, I like that. I don't know, maybe I'm the old school old guy now in regards to how I think about work. Shut up and do your job. Get paid, go home, have a life that isn't at work. Don't cause trouble. To make people feel like crap, right? Because it's not like that girl has a huge choice. She's working just like the rest of us. She just had a kid. You You know, she's just trying to freaking put food on her table. I don't know, man. As Tom Segura says, some people suck. So she's gone as of today, but, you know, we'll see if there's any lingering, you know, bull crap that we have to deal with because of it. Hopefully not. Apparently, she's got a TikTok that's politically charged, and we have a, there are people that are an account. She doesn't have very many followers or anything. I've never seen it. I've only heard about it. But there are members of my office that are keeping an eye on things to make sure that no shit gets talked about our company. Because our company is, nobody knows us unless you know us, right? If you're in this very small niche of like people in the state of California, then you know who we are. If you're not, you would never know who we are, right? And so it probably doesn't matter. We're tiny, but like still, you know, she literally made threats that she was going to do those things. So we're keeping an eye on things and seeing if that happens. But just let us go to work, lady. Let me go to work. Don't mess with my team. Don't mess with my company. All right, I think this works. Which one is the pressure conversion cubes? Middle. Okay. Let's mark the middle. We can delete this later. You know, don't try to convince my team members to quit, and don't make my friends feel like crap and feel uncomfortable at their job. Like, come on. Don't mess with me. Or I'm gonna get you fired. I mean, that wasn't my goal, but that was what happened. 27. We got to move this. We had to do this a couple of times last time. You know, I mean, do not become an existential threat to my ability to take care of my children. Okay? And then, and if you're going to, don't put it all in writing. Freaking ding-dongs. What are you thinking? I mean, like, seriously. It's not even a challenge. All right, that should be enough space. Should we move this? Yes, I think. I mean, I knew it was a possibility that someone was going to lose their job, but that's why I didn't do it. Yeah, let's just move it back. Gives me more space to hide the extra railings. All right. And then what did we do last time? And then you have to come over like this. All right, does this work here? Yep. Wrong way. Yeah, rookie. Bro. Been around the block. You know, you do your complaining via voice. Then they have to be recording. You know, and much less likely to get in trouble for that. The other thing that I will never understand, like, there are people that have been working there for 20, 25 years. Like, and like, we know each other, and, you know, we may not necessarily, like, you know, it's not like we're best friends or something, but like, you know, we have a history, and, you know, we've done countless, you know, company like little retreats and dinner things, plus working together, and, you know, I would call one or two of them actual friends, but the thing is even the ones that I wouldn't, you come in and you start like complaining to people about other people that you work with. You don't know where those connections are. It's very weird. Like, you're just begging for a problem. I don't know. I just don't understand. Like, you're here to work. People are crazy. Who's got the split? This guy does. She still doesn't know what we actually do. Like, for work, like at our company. Like, she's so like at the bottom that She hasn't been trusted to like meet with clients or anything like that. Like, sucks, but jeez. Should be another 27. You're complaining about the company and you like don't even know what. That's not how any of this works. Huh. Wonder how I was able to build that. Can we make this go here? Yes, we can. Yes, we can. And it's going to be easy too. Throwing away a good ass job, and there's a ton of people out there that can't find one. You blew your opportunity because talking mad amount of shit. Ooh, actually, ooh, my mistake. We can move this back. Okay. Yep. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. I know. I just informed. I didn't like what was happening, and so get what you effing deserve. Not my responsibility to terminate. Just my responsibility to look out for the people that are feeling don't have the confidence to advocate for themselves. Looking good. Okay. Did I finish hooking this up? I did not. Okay. So there you go. That's my story as I build some belts here. Nothing too earth-shattering, just a little bit of drama. I mean, what I was gonna do for the joke for the day, we had a so we live in our office is in a building that's like 6 stories. It's not like a skyscraper or something, right? We take up an entire floor. Okay. Well, us and like the sister companies that have related sort of jobs. My company takes up like 1/2 of one floor, and so it's not a big building at all. But it is downtown, and we got a building-wide email from the building management, first thing in the morning, that was said something like, "It has come to our attention," which, by the way, "it has come to our attention" is totally code for somebody ratted your ass out. It has come to our attention that somebody has been bringing their dog to work. Pets are not allowed in the office. Now, it's not like a service animal, right? And so I was gearing up to, and it's nobody on our floor. It's somebody on a different floor. We don't even know who those people are, right? It's not our company at all. And I was gearing up to send out some jokes. There's a Office episode where everybody thinks there's a fire happening at the office in the show, and one of the women opens up a lateral filing cabinet, and there's a cat in there, and she's like, save my cat. And we make a bunch of Office references in our office because there are so many similarities. So yes, it was, that's how the morning was going, and then shit hit the fan. All right, so how did we do this before? You know, it's Friday, bros. Like, come on. Which is also crazy that she got let go on a Friday. To me, that just tells me how bad the texts were. You know? At a previous job, there was a woman who felt the same way about her upper management. She decided it was smart to email a coworker about it with her work email. Oh my God. To make things worse, she sent it to everyone in the company by mistake. What she wrote was spicy even for a private TM. That is awesome. I can't even imagine that. That is hilarious and terrible. She was fired the same day. Yeah. I mean, as soon as, it's really funny, right? Because look, we're adults, we're professional. I'm hearing this stuff secondhand, right? I have a coworker telling me, look, I'm getting some, texts that it's very negative. That she's talking badly about the company and upper management and other coworkers, and right, talking bad about, right? What does that mean, right? That's a wide variety, that could mean a lot of things. And and then I tell the bosses, like, hey, look, this person is saying some things, and it's making this other person feel like she's uncomfortable, blah blah blah. But I don't know what the text said. I never saw one, right? I didn't see it. And and then he talks to her and says, "Is there, I've been told that you're feeling, uncomfortable, and how can we, is there anything you want, is there things that you want to tell me? I need to know because I'm, it's my responsibility to make sure that you have a good work environment, blah blah blah, right?" And then she says, yeah, she's saying bad things about everybody, right? And but how bad, right? Because like, we're not gonna say like she's, you know, how many F-bombs she's dropping, and that she's calling her coworker who just had a baby fat, and like, it's bad, right? Like, nasty stuff. And you know, and so I think things were moving slowly, and then within 15 minutes of receiving the actual copy of what was being said, gone. So, you know, it's one thing when it's kind of an abstract, right? And it's like, oh, a bad thing. Okay. Well, like, how bad? Like, we were fine moving slowly and carefully. Our HR person was out today. So, like, you know, the head of HR is out. Really the only we're so small, we have one HR person, right? So the person that handles, like, you know, getting our checks, and I don't know. They moved like lightning after they saw what was actually in black and white. I still haven't seen them. I've only kind of heard stories about what was in there. But it's like, oh my God, we're fine moving slow until we actually saw what it was. Yeah, 15 minutes. Because the girl who sent them told me, she's like, yeah, you know, I spent all week going through my texts, and like, you know, she sent him like 7, right? But she said, I have like 200 of these, you know, and if you need context or anything, you know, you can, you know, I can get you more, but this is kind of like a representative sample of the kinds of things that she's been saying for the last 2 years. 15 minutes of receiving them. Fired. Oh, man. Some people suck. But it just reinforces that I'm really happy with, you know, my, where I work and the people that I work with and my bosses. You know, they're not perfect. You know, do I wish I got paid more? Well, of course, everybody wishes I got paid more. But I have good perks. I have good freedom. There's, like I said when I started, there's no micromanagement. I do my work. I get left alone. So all good things. And it just kind of reinforces that, you know, when he found out the things that were being said, you're out of here. Where's my, yeah, it's right there. Actually, this one is just a turn. And it's gone. Oh, it happens so fast. You were doing the South Park meme, right? Well, hopefully she will have better luck and better discretion at whatever job she finds herself in the future. So, as long as it's not here. I don't like the power line being in the way. It's a little bit creepy. All right. Yes. Two. The curved works so well here. I really like it. I feel like our humor is similar. You get all my references. Well, we're probably the same age, right? And I speak through references probably too much. You know, South Park and a lot of that stuff, right? Movie quotes. Let's see. What I really want is this one to go here. Oh, you missed. Aw. $37, you're not, I'm not old. Hey, what are you saying about me? I said we were the same age. I didn't say you're old. I'm 41. Okay? Yeah. What are you saying? All right, this works. Ooh. We have to put you in over there. Yeah. Oh, it was. You're right. Is the line I'm 37, I'm not old? Old woman. Man, sorry. Um, my friends and I did a skit off of that, because of course we did, right? In college. Man, sorry. That is some jank. Can we reduce the raw amount of jank? Oh, just get in the hole. Witness the violence inherent in the system. Help, I'm being repressed. Some watery tart threw a scimitar at me. I proclaimed myself king. Throw me in the loony bin. Strange women distributing swords is no basis for a system of government. Oh, we actually don't need this one. All right, I think this looks good. It's been a long time. So those kinds of movies, I love my wife. My wife is amazing. She has several flaws, most of which I won't talk about. The big one is she has some preconceived notions and about poor she has there are some movies that she is convinced are bad because either her cousins or her brother, her cousins who are boys, or her brother made her watch said movies over and over and over and over and over again growing up. Those movies include Monty Python and the Holy Grail, Spaceballs, and Napoleon Dynamite. She refuses to watch those. Napoleon Dynamite is the one that she is the most okay with, and we actually did watch that one, and she did say she enjoyed it because I was just sitting over there laughing my ass off. So maybe I will sit down with Minikin and we will convince the wife, and the three of us can watch Monty Python. I think my so I mean my parents let me watch Monty Python while I was in high school, although I had to they fast forwarded one particular scene regarding a little bit of peril. Can't I have just a little bit of peril? That part was skipped. The rest I watched about my daughter's age or so. There's so many cultural references, right? Like the people don't even know that they're quoting that came from that. So, you know, must watch High School. All right, Okie Sooner, have a good night, man. I just saw your message. You're probably already in bed, and I appreciate the gifted subs earlier tonight, or gifted memberships. Actually, we're just gonna turn this. I don't know, man. What are we talking here? I think I'm gonna make the decision These outputs, it's a pain. It is a pain, but I think that the purple buildings worth of I think we have to take it to the teal. I think we do. And the reason is I'm gonna have too many truck stations in the purple buildings. I need I need 3 or 4, right? I don't want to add another. I want to keep it 3. And the teal don't have any, right? And so we're going to take the nuclear pasta and we're going to ship it out of the purple, send it to the teal, and we'll ship it out at the teal with the truck. I think that that's the best call. I did watch Ghostbusters with my daughter this Halloween, of course. I wanted to watch Young Frankenstein, but the damn Blu-ray was scratched up because of some of my other dang kids. Ekliam, Esalam, sub with Prime. Thank you for your Bezos bucks. I appreciate it. My wife will watch Young Frankenstein with me, just not Spaceballs. Okay, it does mean we have to give this a switcherooski up here. All right. Okay. This one's done. Let's clean up the leftover scaffolding. Pizza the Hut terrified you as a child? I remember Pizza the Hut. I remember Mega Maid. I remember the lightsabers being twined together. I don't. It's been a long time since I watched Spaceballs. I watch Young Frankenstein all the time. You know, like once every 2 or 3 years, right? I guess that's all the time. But yeah, I don't know. Not. I haven't watched Spaceballs in so long. And I've watched Blazing Saddles recently. Like, you know, as an adult. When I say recently, I mean like as an adult. All right, anything else that we need to get rid of? This is looking nice and clean. Oh, here we go. Get rid of this. Any of my measuring? Yep, that. Get rid of those. Built that for reference. This is looking great. We have one more to do. And then a little bit more finagling of a couple of inputs and outputs and stuff, but the heavy lifting of the belt work is going to be done. How long I've been working on this? About an hour and a half. We'll definitely knock out this other one. It'll probably be even faster. All right, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. All right. You guys need transfers. Ooh, that's not. Look at how straight that is. I mean, it's not straight. Why? Why, OCD? Why? Curve would be better. We backed you off one. Could we curve it in there? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's another good movie. Oh, you suck. I cannot believe this. You're doing this to me. You're embarrassing me in front of my friends. Fargo. That's a shockingly good movie. There we go. I watched Fargo recently with the wife, and I swear I talked like that for like a week. You betcha. It wasn't even, I didn't even say that. I just said like, yeah. God, man, that movie, if you're not ready for it, movie's going along, you know, bit of a, you know, slice of life, you know, little bit of, you know, fun crime, movie going, you know, and then out of nowhere, wood chipper. It's like, hope you're ready. That escalated quickly. I used that today. Because we got the company-wide email that a certain somebody was no longer working at the company, and then the person above me, who I had to tell, and they told somebody else, you know, the big boss. I texted them. And I sent that escalated quickly. So yes, I used that today appropriately because that did escalate quickly. Unfortunately, off to work. Have a good rest of your stream. The factory's looking clean. Thanks for the company while drinking my coffee. Well, thanks for the Bezos bucks, and of course the hanging out with us. Need some pasta. Also, I'm gonna make sure to change this to the correct item. How are we gonna do this? Those are my favorite kind of, so some of my favorite kind of jokes too. Like, ooh, a sucker. And there's a piece of candy here too. You know, they're just a certain flavor of dad joke. Those straight? I think those are actually, I don't know if they're straight. They're not straight. Oh my God, we're gonna have to do the same thing over here. Oh my God. Oh my glob. Yeah, you were never gonna work. Oh my gosh, you should have worked. You should have worked. Nope, you are too far. Boop. Gotta clean this up. This is good. This is like prime thumbnail beltage. Okay. It's gotta be clean. Always be thinking ahead. Ugh, am I gonna have to move everybody back one? That is gonna suck. Yeah, I'm in that fun part of being like oh, I was off by one. Okay. Where my kid is old enough and smart enough to start showing my favorite movies. You know? Love a clean thumbnail. We're 4 back. 1, 2, 3, 4. One, two, three, four. Yeah, it looks good. Yeah, I think like you know, we've got some movies that kind of, you know, on the list, like Braveheart. We've watched Gladiator. I watched Blade Runner, right, because of the Tyrell Corporation building, of course, in the save, and you know, there's other good ones too. But some of those like classic movies, right? Yeah, you are. Out of here, bro. Wait a second. Wait a second. Oh, crapo. Okay. Okay. A mistake has been made. I forgot something. It's okay. Nobody panic. I said no panicking. Actually could slide this here, I think. No. You do a shorty? Ha! Pasta goes down, not up. Not a big deal. We'll merge this when we finish this belting up here. This is the last one. Silly, silly, silly. I don't know what is my problem. Guys. Pasta. Is the only one that moves forward. The pressure conversion cubes go down. Need this. I do like the thing we came up with, though. This is the end of the line for the pressure conversion cubes. They're done. They will have completed their task. Because the next tower is the one that makes them. Speaking of which, let's run over there real quick and refresh. Our little science experiment that we're doing. Here it is. It's hiding. Dream traveling. Thank you for the follow. Okay. So I had a suggestion, and I think it's a good one, from a viewer to pre-make a bunch of these pressure conversion cubes so that we don't have to wait quite so long for the craziest, longest manifold system ever to start getting nuclear pasta. So basically I'll pre-dump these into the system because we only need 10 per minute. Okay, but they will take forever to manifold. I mean, an insanely long time to manifold. Right? If you need, I can't even calculate it because the belts are so long. Right? You'd have to fill up 24 storages. Right? How many get stored in a storage? 100. A stack, that's 50. Okay, so and then you have to fill up all the belts. It'd be a huge amount of time before we start seeing really any nuclear pasta. And I'm just sitting on these modular frames. I mean, look, they're already back, right? I have an infinity amount of them basically. And so I can make a full bin of pressure conversion cubes ahead of time and then, dump them in the system so that we can get ahead of the manifolding issue. So yeah, that's kind of my thinking there. All right, let's clean all this up. Oh, let's leave it till we're done. Let's leave it till we're done in case I have to make another change. I do want to put this back though because it irritates me that it's not there. It's Belt Highway. All right. Okay, last tower to hook up here. Send it up the middle. What the hell is this? I do not remember building that. What is even in here? I do not remember this. Nobody got time for that. Come on. Some power. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Very sinuous. Okay. You don't need that. All right. Last one to do. I don't like this. This is the first one we did. This may have been the first one we did. I definitely came up with a better way of doing this eventually. Yeah, this has got to be the first. Oh no. Oh no. All right, no, it's okay. Okay. Big ass false wall. Okay. I mean, this is gonna mess with our program. Yes. Yeah, I mean, I definitely did this. This must have been the first one. Because I started doing this kind of stuff. So we're gonna have to adjust on some of this, which is fine. Which is fine. Let's do the power. Are we done yet? Oh my God. Taking forever. Oh my God, a foot. I can't. Guys. No feet. This is unacceptable. Okay, this is looking better. All right. Fix the foot problem. I mean, this is the first one because the reason that this was here is because I was running testing. Oh my God. I really had not come up with my methodology here. Oh. Okay. Yeah, another one here. Right, these go one. I missed. Right, we are fixing things. Getting our shit in order. That's not where I wanted that. What are you doing? All right. Very nice. It says no power. I forget. I did. I forgot that part. We're gonna finish this tonight. Hooking up these particle accelerators. That means tomorrow night we can start on gathering the materials for these factories. But it will take longer than one night to do that. So we will not be turning this on tomorrow night. There's a lot to do. Done finally? Yes, get this shit out of here. Okay. No, what are you sticking out there for? Bro? Can't have that. Bender Fondue raided you with a party of one viewer. Welcome, my man. We just... do a little something special. How are you doing? How is your night? And thank you. For the raid. Oh, lost some people along the way because Switch said there were 3 of you. Well, I'm sure you were the best one anyway, right? Power. About to get you some lunch. Nice. Little quick glance of the city here. We've been in this building for quite some time. These are the 4 buildings that we're working on that are one big factory. And then there's the rest of my city. Each of these buildings are their own factory. It takes me a second when I get outside of the city to really load everything. So I lose some FPS while we're loading, but then it cleans up eventually. But there we go. Quick little glimpse of the sunlight, and then we're back in our hole. We are building. Okay, we get the power up? Yeah. All right, let's keep going on power. Well, maybe we shouldn't. Yeah, still have more frames than Andrew. I do. Well, I mean, the big reason for that is, of course, the 5090. I don't know what he's sporting these days. I'm also offloaded all my rendering. You're on mobile streaming to your TV and raids never take you. Same with Amazon Fire TV. The mobile app is shocking. Yeah. Well, Twitch has many problems. I think Twitch is eventually going to be beaten by YouTube. The only reason Twitch hasn't been beaten by YouTube is because YouTube doesn't care about streaming enough yet. We are starting to slowly get more and more tools on YouTube streaming that are very similar to Twitch. So the times, they are a coming. Right now, I think there's an argument to be made that, YouTube is better in some areas and Twitch is better in other areas. Different experience, but they both can be good. But, I mean, it's getting harder and harder. Captain Capone Eye. Oh, it's Captain Eye. Always blows my mind seeing your builds. Thank you, man. Always blows my mind seeing how many people hang out and watch my builds. Okay. Who's next? You decide. I think we're actually right here. Except it's not there because I'm a dummy. I'm a dummy. It's right here. Is this the tallest one? It is. It is. All right. Like that. The elevator really removes some flexibility on this. Yeah, it's a question of discoverability. The YouTube algorithm really likes to screw with channels. Yeah, Bender, but the Twitch, there's no discoverability at all on Twitch. Zero. I have all my following on Twitch because of YouTube. I had to return to your PC. I'm so happy they released this on console. Yeah, Cap One Eye. Okay. I mean, Capone Eye does work. YouTube sucks for names. Every other platform allows capitals in a name. Well, there's nicknames. YouTube does allow nicknames. Yeah, I can tell you from experience, the YouTube algorithm is way better for discoverability than Twitch, at least for me, right? I mean, of course, your mileage may vary, but for me, it's not even close. What's gonna be in here? Where's the... I have to bring it up. I have to bring it up. Yeah, try it out. See if you can get it to work. They were kind of messing with stuff though. They like reset everybody's nicknames, I think. So you know, it might be a little funky. I don't know. Boom. This maybe. Yep, that works. Yeah, so you can't go here. She doesn't even go here. All right. What? Must have got the direction wrong. There we go. Not the first one, second one. Gotcha. Delete, delete, delete. Okay, and now you're right in the way, bro. Well, that's a big miss. Still off by 1. All right. Looking good. Okay. Which one's which? This is the pressure conversion cubes. Does it matter? No, they're both ending. Doesn't matter, I don't think, this time. Okay. Do you have to run mods to make run structures? No. I have 2 mods. Neither of them directly affect my construction ability. Everything that I've built can be built in vanilla. The 2 mods that I use, one of them controls, all it does is control the sun, so I can make sure it's nice and bright when I'm streaming, or, you know, whatever look I want. Like if I want like a really cool, like dark purple screenshot, I can control the sun, right? So that's mod 1. Mod 2 is extra inventory. And, you know, this does directly affect my ability to build things. It's a little bit more convenient, right? But no. This is all done using vanilla construction materials. This curvature that I did right here, this is the hardest thing I think I've built. Just this curve, right, is one of the most difficult things, top 5 most difficult things I've built in this game. And I had to do it, you know, 8 times because there's 4 towers that needed that curve done. So it was challenging. But yeah, no, all of this stuff, no mods. I did this with blueprints. This is just a straight up, you know, set of blueprints that interlock together with each other to get that spinning set there. Lots of custom angles, lots of tricks. It's like, you know, 50 really cool tricks stacked on top of each other. You know, that work together with each other. That's kind of how I think about it. All right. Somebody has to go down like this. All right, so we're splitting. You're not straight, bro. Like, I worked this for a reason. to get that belt perfectly straight, and then you go and don't do that. All right, that's better. I got better. Everybody looking good? Okay. You're going to be the pressure conversion cubes. No, I don't have any in my inventory. Quick, are pressure conversion cubes the same size? Well, there's some down here. Wait, no, that's in the next tower over. Are they the same size as heavy modular frames? Don't like it. That's awesome. Was happy to see you online when I got up. Nice. Well, thanks for hanging out. My morning streamer is usually Lucci, but he's on a Monday through Friday, and off on weekends. I'm up at 5 a.m. every day. Yeah. So, obviously, you are what? West Coast. Sorry, East Coast. Yeah, you're East Coast. So Saturday morning, Sunday morning, I stream. I stream both Friday nights and Saturday nights. Oh, I got some time. Yeah. This is so irritating. So irritating, you guys. It's so irritating, you guys. Central. Oh, okay. You know, it'd be better just to do this. Not ideal. Yeah, I think we have to do this. Got it. Yeah. Not gonna worry about that right now. All right. What's a Uper? Oh, UP of Michigan. UP. University. It's at, yeah, sorry. You know where I'm going with this. Let's do this. Yeah, I don't know what a Youper is. Got an idea though. Yeah, that one's off one. All right. Looking good. Oh, Upper Peninsula. Upper Peninsula. I was thinking university. I was like, what are you talking about? Upper Peninsula. Got it. I got there. It's wrong. How's this wrong? Oh, because I forgot to set it. That one's in. Dude. This one can go down. Boom, boom. Yeah, I got there. I'm a little slow. To be fair, I have been up for 20 hours. But no excuses. No excuses. Yeah. This is good. We are good up to this point right here. All right, time to start on the mirrored side. And we do have some issues to fix along the way. Right. Michigan Tech is up here. Oh, okay. Northern Michigan University is a big school. Okay. Never been in Michigan. Closest I've been, I had a layover in Minnesota once. That's as close as I've been. I didn't even leave the airport, so. All right, let's clean this shit up. Beautiful place to live? Yeah, I bet. Some of the year. Tom, you still going? Man, that Red Bull worked great. Well, I'm trying to knock out this last task. And we are getting, we're approaching, what I want to finish for the day. Oh, we don't have to go this way on this side. I keep doing that crap. We have to go this way. These last hookups here for our friend. The particle accelerators. Okay, power's in. Maybe we're in the last hour or so. I mean, probably. I am getting a little tired, but we'll get there. I'll get it done, like always. You guys are wrong. All right. Okay. All right. Finish strong. Finish strong, bro. Okay. Went to bed early. Nice. I was short by like 1 meter. Oh, we gotta do power here. Power. Power. Okay, power's in, and that's connected. Very nice. Okay. It's another 27 over, right? And I have to measure that. What do I have to measure? This. It's right up against the dealio, which is where it was in the other towers as well. The catwalk. On the catwalk. But not here. Alrighty, next one up. We're almost done, boys. And girls, if there are any of you. I have like a 99.5% male audience. You're out there, but you're rare. Okay. Let's hook up this last one here. Did we clean that up? We did. What about over here? No, not really. It's kind of gross. Ew. Ew, gross. Yeah. Well, I mean, and I think Satisfactory, I mean, it's kind of a dad game. Plus, watching other people play video games is a guy thing. Like, on average, right? There's exceptions to every rule, of course, right? But like, like on average. So even if, you know, and then the gameplay audience itself, like, I'm sure a Stardew Valley streamer is, you know, has a higher percentage of, you know, female viewers than I do. you're messing with the program. Yes, I was trying to hide a yawn. Yeah. I mean, mobile games have a higher rate of female users for sure, but the kind of thing we're talking about, kind of game we're talking about, yeah. All right, let's try this. Oh, you. Right there. You're there. You're there. One, two. Like that. That's the way we've been doing it. Everything looks good. Yes, this is correct. This, that. RPGs, anime stuff. Well, I mean, I just think, yeah, if we're talking about watching streamers, you know, and men don't usually consider those mobile games real games. Listen, sir, okay? I play Star Wars Galaxy of Heroes. That is a real game. It needs to be, because otherwise I've been spending money for years on nothing. Okay? Listen, we all have our vices, okay? Some people, you know, spend too much money on alcohol or, you know, drugs or, you know, other terrible things. Cars, shoes. I spend mine on pixels. Let's actually go. Star Wars, okay, that makes it okay. Sounds like a casino that pays out pixels. pay to win. There is some gambling stuff, but yeah, it's build your roster kind of game. I know what I've done. I know who I've hurt. You play RuneScape on your phone that's been a PC game for 20 years? True. I've seen women playing Satisfactory. Oh, for sure. Yeah, I mean, I think a certain type of personality, a certain type of like, you know, if you enjoy certain kinds of activities, you know, people that are like accountants or, you know, like are mathematically minded and like to put order to chaos. And there's plenty of women that like to do that, you know. I think I was more talking about the act of watching a streamer. Like watching another person play a video game. That seems like mostly a dude thing. Guys, is this it? This is the end of the line for our pressure conversion cubes. All right, Tom. You've been on a Timberborn kick since you brought it to your attention that the devs are actually adding content to it. Yeah, 1.0 is announced to come out in like they're in PTR on 1.0. Timberborn is gonna do a full release. Like I don't know exactly when, but soon. Like relatively soon. So yeah, Timberborn for sure. The devs are solid. Definitely a thing. Okay, guys, we just gotta clean up here, and then we gotta we do have to deal with that end of that belt, right? This guy here, he needs to move down. Should we do him next? Yeah, let's do him right now. Right here. Just one down, I think. We're in a teal building. Yeah, just one down. Anno, yeah, I've never played Anno. I've heard a lot about it. Is that like I played Farthest Frontier. Is that like that kind of a game? Yeah, what Darren plays. Yeah, exactly. I haven't actually watched him play it, but I know of it because of him, for sure. On the new Anno, yeah, that's like his. That was the game that he built his channel on, I think, right? And then he added Satisfactory later. Yeah, you suck. Okay. Have to move this. Need room for 2. You suck. There we go. Okay. Then you need to move as well. Yeah, I'm really starting to play a wider variety of games on the channel. I still there's a lot I want to play. Still have plenty of factory games to play, but there's some other stuff too that isn't necessarily a factory game. This is wrong. I think I missed it. I'm gonna have to redo it. Yep. Aw, you turd. Okay. No. Nope. 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 It's this one. That's too much. do that. Just trying to be fancy, but okay. You go there. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. You go all the way up. Shapes 2. Yeah, I'm going to be playing that one. I've already played it. Did I not move it? No, I moved it. No, did I? Yeah. Yeah, I've already played Shapes 2. I'm gonna play it again. This is the wrong direction, isn't it? Oh my god. How many times is he gonna miss? You appreciate how he meticulously labels everything? Yeah, I try to do that sometimes. Look, I have signs here. My labeling is outside the game, right? Like mine is... This is my meticulous labeling, right? That's where mine is, but he does that in the game, which is really cool. It's just not my my solution to the problem. Gross. Can't you snap? It's on the half. I could maybe fix it, but it's not worth it. There's a couple different things that I could do to get that off the half there. They need to be able to, we need to be able to nudge the vertical splitters. I would get rid of a lot, and mergers. It would get rid of a lot of the frustration that a lot of people have with them. If you could nudge them and they still be connected. Because I can't half nudge that into place. Can it really like how he adapts his production to the building instead of the building to the production? Yeah, I think that's definitely been a challenge for me. You know, I build the building first and then figure out how to make it fit. You know, because I'm more concerned with how the buildings look on the outside. And if I'm restricted by what I've already built as a factory on the inside, I'm just gonna get frustrated because I'm not gonna get what I want. But it is a challenge, right? Because you have to try to guess. Why is that not right? Well. That was weird. They are a little bit buggy. That's okay. That's nuclear pasta. All right, these belts are done. We're cleaning up scaffolding. Feet. Let's head up here. There's a bunch of scaffolding we have to clean up here. You know, reference material, all this stuff. Ooh. Yeesh. Go. What else? What else? We already cleaned that up. What about over here? Clean these up. Very nice. That's clean. This needs to be cleaned up. It's good. This. I got some feet here to deal with. Well, guys, not a ton of viewers right now. 34 on both YouTube and Twitch, exactly. But if you're here, you are witnessing something that's kind of a big deal. From a machine and logistics standpoint, these factories are done. Now, we have to finish the deliverables into the factory and the removal of the finished product out of the factory. Okay? But the hookups are in, right? The vast majority of the cosmetics are done, right? I mean, we'll tweak, we'll mess with things, right? But like, these are essentially, we're done. The vast majority. We've been working on this for months. We completed the exterior. We designed and put together all the blueprints and the stacked blueprints here and the buses. And now we have completed the hookups. And that's not ideal. Gross. Shoot. I hate that. That really irritates me. What can I do about it? I was in the middle of my speech on how we're doing really well, and then it's not bad. Think angles are the same. It just starts it at a different spot. A little too close to the other one. This is gonna work though. This is gonna work. Yeah, this is a good solution. It's a little funky here, but we are straight across under there. That's what I cared about. Okay. So we there's some things to do. But like, you know, we got to connect these and finish some things off. But the next stream tomorrow night, we are going to start hooking up the train stations and then figuring out the raw materials that need to be sent to this beast. Bro, can we not? So that's the that is the next major step for this factory. The vast majority of the work inside the factory is complete. We'll figure that out. But not right now. I'm too tired to figure that out right now. What was I doing? I was going to add some additional raw materials to our little science project. Yeah, outgoing, yeah. But specifically the raw materials in and the process materials out. Right, which is a very specific kind of, logistics that we have to figure out. We have to source all of this raw material. And by the way, there's a lot, right? Here's this is our raw materials. Plus we'd have to set up trucks for the plastic and the rubber. 2,300 bauxite, 1,500 caterium, 2,400 coal, 5,400 copper ore. Thanks, nuclear pasta. 500 iron ore, 1,400 limestone, 750 nitrogen gas, 150 raw quartz, and 4,400 water. So all of that has to be sourced. We have to get it to the Tyrell Corporation pyramid, the train hub, and then we have to get it sorted, and then we have to get it from the train hub to here, and then we have to build the train stations underneath each of the 4 factories, right? Because it's basically 4 factories, right? It's one big one, but it's really 4. In terms of like the amount of materials that need to be sourced. And we're just making a bunch of extra pressure conversion cubes to load the craziest manifold that I've ever seen when we start. So preloading the manifold. But yeah, all these train stations down here. For me, it's that's mostly trucks and trains. Occasionally I build factories close enough. Yeah. I mean, because we're up in the sky, right? But we've got to build. I mean, you can see these elevators, right? We have to build the train stations around them. What am I going to take a picture of, you guys? I think the finished particle accelerators outside of the building. Part of our live stream tonight was debugging that other factory. Let's take a picture. Let's take a picture of his factory. Let's do that for the thumbnail. But yeah, we have to build all of these train stations just like those train stations over there. They're gonna have to be balanced, load balanced. We're gonna have to run the trains to the spiral, and then we're gonna have to run all the raw materials that we need throughout the map to the pyramid, and we're gonna have to run new track. I mean, there's a lot. It's gonna be a couple more weeks probably before we can turn this on, but the inside's done. I'm not waiting for you, elevator. I don't care if you are here. Right, and then there's some truck work. You know, some truck work that has to be done on these roads. But yeah, we're getting there. We are getting there. All right, so I'm gonna save and log out. Let's do this. I will actually. I wanna show you guys. Some of you guys probably didn't see the beginning of the stream when I did fix my factory. I was gonna take a picture and I forgot. But that's what I led tonight's stream with. So we're gonna pop over to there. We're gonna take a good picture. But this is a viewer's playthrough, his save. And I did hopefully the first of many in a series of reviewing viewers' save files and debugging, live debugging, figuring it out. What's wrong? Why isn't it working? And it took me like 3.5 hours. It probably should have only taken me about 2 hours on this first one, but I'll get better. The problem really isn't the debugging. The problem is kind of like organizing my thoughts and communicating them as I am figuring out what's wrong. You know, it's not easy. All right, let's take a picture out here. So we'll go thumbnail here. We found a lot wrong with it. You know, it was like 3 major problems and then like 2 minor ones. It's nice. There's some yellow lights in there still. I have to remember that I have to trim the sides here. All right. And one for safety. Okay. This is a good idea. Just fixing problems or showcasing as well. Definitely taking the clip out of the VOD. Broke something. Clip out of the VOD the time that I spent fixing the factory, debugging, right? Basically live debugging. You know. Okay. Guys, this is it. I am done. We're gonna raid. We're gonna raid somebody playing Satisfactory. Who do we have? And then YouTube, if you're still around and if you haven't already liked the VOD, I would love a like if you could. We just raided Spongelet. Do we have somebody else? I try to spread the love a little bit. I don't. Recognize anybody else. Let's hit up this guy. We've rated him before, but it's been a while and he's only got 9 viewers. So let's hit him. Guys, I really appreciate it. Long night tonight. You just joined? Yeah, sorry. I've been going for almost 8 hours. So we're going to be playing again tonight in roughly 16 hours. We're going to be starting up again. So I will see you guys then, or I will see you on the Discord. Have a good night.